Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. Johns River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Good morning and welcome to Bassmaster Live. As you can see, things are really starting to clear up. Everything looks much clearer this morning. No fog delay. We are going off on time. In fact, we have gone off on time for the second day of competition. The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite on the St. Johns River. That was the scene earlier this morning. Everyone raring to go. Everyone anxious to get a full day on the water. Their day was curtailed by 3 hours plus yesterday. There's your leader, Gary Klaus. It'll be an anxious day. 4 days of fishing here. This is full field again today. 99 anglers, 8 hours of fishing or thereabouts during the course of the day, and we cut it to 50 after today's weigh-in. Very, very important. It's everything to make it into the top 50. Tommy Sanders here with you, and Mark Zona. It was interesting yesterday, and a good time was not had by all, though.
No, I think that's very fair to say. And, you know, really looking back on it, we talked about it at the end of day one yesterday. You could tell that 3.5 hour fog delay, it definitely played a role in just finding that comfort zone here on the St. Johns. And really, so many of our anglers thought, man, the potential of a 30-pound bag, it was there. And we never got to see that yesterday. And I think a lot of the anglers that were on big stringers had to re-rack. With that being said, the potential is still there. A lot of our leaders did their work in about, Tommy Sanders, 45 minutes to an hour's fishing time.
Well, that's good news. We look forward to that. Maybe the potential will be uncovered for us today as we take you down to our fantastic, legendary, historic playing field, the St. Johns River. And Z, it's going to be our Minn Kota Unlock the Lake.
No doubt about it, Tommy Sanders. Bassmaster Elite Series has been here so many times, and really coming into this tournament, the rumor, the gossip was that Rodman Reservoir was going to blow away the rest of the system. A lot of people thought giant stringers on day one would come out of Rodman. Solid stringers came out of there, but really, if you look at the bottom of your screen, from the bottom of Lake George down towards Astor, Dexter, that was the major player on day one. And well, a lot of the cameras that we have on the water, we will be in that area today, which really the only person we were with yesterday was John Cruz fishing in that region.
Well, let's take a look. We say that there's plenty of challenges to go around yesterday. It wasn't just a matter of going out collecting your 20 pounds and see how you stood versus the field. But boy, we had some good fish shown at the weigh-in, and we had some guys who absolutely struggled. Mark Menendez, who did so good here back in 2019, had to take last year off back in a big way.
Thank you.
Really looking at yesterday's weigh-in, guys like Matt Herron. There's plenty of anglers in our top 10 that were making wicked long runs, unlike Cliff Prince, who stayed right around Palatka. Cliff Prince actually said, I didn't touch any of my good stuff on day one.
Corey Johnson, who had a great tournament here in 2019, coming in fourth place. There's Carl Jochimson, won in 2019. On the Bassmaster Elite Series, actually the last event of the year. A fantastic day for him. Big fish guy, Derek Hudnall, the Phoenix Big Bass of the day at 9-2. Coming up in second place, and there he is, Gary Klaus in his 100th tournament as a Bassmaster, taking that lead, a stunning 25 pounds and 12 ounces. Let's get you out to the water.
And there is a reason.
Right now.
Taking a look at our anglers right now, there is a reason we don't have Gary Klaus on camera, Tommy. Gary Klaus is still running. He fished yesterday for about 40 to 50 minutes.
See, Cliff Prince kind of lived up to his expectations here yesterday, knocking out 17 pounds and 12 ounces. Going to show you some action from earlier this morning from Cliff.
Again, that's earlier today, a couple small keepers. And really, when we went offline yesterday, we thought Cliff Prince was in real trouble. Looking at the Bass Track standings, I mean, we were with him, and all of a sudden, he's back in our top six. And all of his damage yesterday, really within 5 miles of Palatka.
One thing you could count on, usually with Cliff Prince, is he'll show us a lot of the real estate around here. He will move around a good bit. He knows too many places.
And Cliff Prince, just a different game plan. You know, he's not going to get around a lot of the usual areas. He's not going to go down to where there's clusters of boats. He's going to fish for individual spawners today. And he said the major key is to time it right with the tide. When that tide gets low is when the majority of his sight fishing will take place. He said, look, when it drops 2 or 3 inches, I can see him a lot better. I just have to time it right. We're not going to give exact locations, but all 4 of these anglers.
Morning live, just getting started.
Stand by.
Beautiful morning.
See something moving right there. You see that? Right.
We're getting up to one of my main areas in here, and there's several fish spawning. We just fished where I caught that 9.5 yesterday.
Well, I love about throwing treble
Just
hooks
little
around
small
grass.
key areas, key spots in here that these fish will spawn. A lot of bank grass. Anywhere that bank grass makes an indention and gets as closest to the bank as possible.
And you always want to get it just right up on the grass, you know? Why, I don't know.
Really got a key in on places like this.
Make you feel like you're in
Wacky
Mobile.
worm, weightless wacky worm. Missile bait's 48. It's so subtle. Straight 15-pound braid. Really, the key to this is this brand new Victory rod by St. Croix that they've been teasing for a while. So this is the first time that
God,
the public is getting a chance to actually see it in action. This is a 7.3 medium extra fast. It's a tweener rod, really small, extremely sensitive. And I can really put this wacky worm where I want to. And it's really been the key for me yesterday.
They'll
One there,
normally, if it's
that's
going
where
to
she
hit
should
it,
be.
they'll hit it when it hits the water. You twitch it one time and they're on it. Why they do that?
I'm not looking at many of them. Some of them I could see yesterday, but you just, you know, every time you get in a place like that where one should spawn at, you really have to take your time and let that worm sit there. Most of the time, if she's in there, she's going to hit it on the initial fall and she'll grab it. And with these spawning fish too, you don't really feel the bite a lot. It's so shallow. I mean, we're sitting in 1.5 feet of water. I'm probably casting up there in 8 inches of water. And when they just barely suck it in and you pick up and it's just heavy, you know, they'll be barely swimming off with it. Have to treat every cast as if there's one there, especially when you can't see them. With that sun up high yesterday, late yesterday evening, I could see these fish.
We'll know in a minute.
See, the bank grass comes out right here, so I'm gonna kind of fish kind of fast through here until we get to where that bank grass gets real tight to the bank. There's some wood. But beautiful morning. Might change a little later in the day, but got Mr. Matt Herons in here with me, but he's way in the back. I don't think him and I are going to mess with each other. I think he's way in the back, which I won't go.
Come on, baby.
There's like 3 key stretches, and you can almost see where the bank grass disappears on three stretches up here.
Back set up.
Some wood on each of those, and that's where these fish will
I'll stand real still.
Between
Got 3
me
or
and
4
another
places
guy
we're
and
fishing
another
that did
guy.
not have time to fish yesterday.
I've got to kind of hope
Could very
that
well
some
have
new ones
spawners on
move
them.
in, 'cause
Walking around, and I started seeing
You
fish.
got
swimming
caught.
like
Isolated a place like that, the better.
I think the later the day gets, the better it'll get.
Kind of like where I caught that 9.5 yesterday. If you looked at that place where I caught her, say where's the fish gonna spawn, it's pretty obvious where she's gonna be. Fish like cover. They like to put their backs against the bank. And it's got to be somewhere where they at least get half a day of sunshine, because those eggs need to incubate in the radiant heat from the sun. So if you have a combination of those 3 with some surrounding vegetation, it's money. There was several big ones coming up yesterday, coming up where we're coming to, that I did not catch. Hopefully they're still there.
Come on, big girl.
If you look at that 4 box, that is about Florida 101. Carl in a man-made canal, Derek Hudnall on an offshoot of a canal. Not a man-made canal, but he's just an offshoot of one of the natural canals, but a 500 to 1,000 yard spawning flat. Corey Johnston sight fishing in pads, and Matt Herron in the back of that natural canal that Derek Hudnall's a little further out towards the main river. But Derek Hudnall, it was really interesting to listen to him. He was on these fish on the back side of this flat last year, but the winds pushed that water out and he could not access it during the event. He could get in there through practice, but he could not get there during the tournament. He went back there during practice, saw a lot of fish this time around, is able to get there. And he didn't even start here yesterday, Tommy. He started somewhere else, burned about 2 hours, came here at about 2 o'clock and did all of his damage in a hurry.
I think you started to tell us a few minutes ago, Z, about how really close proximity all these guys are. It is a great diversity of environments, but they're not that far apart.
No, they're all within, you know,
there was an area
they're all within 5 miles of each other, just doing totally different things.
And there was a couple of absolute giants spawning out there in the middle. I didn't make it that far back here yesterday to see if there was any back there, but we're going to make our way over there eventually.
And really where Carl's at in Astor, he just outfished everybody, Tommy. There was a lot of anglers throughout that canal system. We were with John Cruz. John Cruz was
No
in the backs
really
of a lot of these canals.
Besides this bank grass in this river. But if there was some out in the middle, those fish would spawn out in the middle of this thing just as easy as they'd spawn up here. But there's just nothing to get themselves around.
It's going to happen.
Okay. Derek doing a great job of sort of laying it out for us and emphasizing what you spent a lot of time on yesterday, Zeke, finding that sweet spot for stealth in order to get success at this particular technique.
Looked like about a 4-pounder yesterday that I couldn't get to eat. I didn't spend much time on her. But I know she's there. Let's hope she's there anyway.
Well, that's why we like live bass fishing right there. The anticipation is killing us. Is she going to be there? Got a lot of questions to answer, and we get a lot of answers this morning. Brian New, the man who's firing off an answer to Gary Klaus early on today. A limit of fish for Brian. Mark Menendez hanging in there as well, improving his situation. Cliff Prince, all these guys over 20 pounds now. We'll put the majority of those fellas right there. Going to be a lot of good stuff on the way. A full day of fishing here on the St. Johns River. We'll be right back.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. Johns River is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, and by Nitro Boats.
Bassmaster Live, we're just getting started with you this morning. 6 hours of coverage today. Day number 2 from Palatka, Florida, the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite. St. Johns River. Gary Klaus, the veteran, fishing in his 100th Bassmaster event. Took the lead into today. Brian New has closed that gap considerably during the course of this morning. Mark Menendez and Carl Jochimson are the first Australian to ever qualify for the Bassmaster Elite Series, talking about his day yesterday and prospects for today.
Yeah, this is huge. So last 3-4 mornings we've had fog up to 10, 11 o'clock. So yesterday we got let go by the skin of our teeth about 10:15. The fog lifted and we ran. We had an over an hour run as well, so we only got about 3 hours fishing yesterday. So pretty fortunate to get the fish that we did. But this morning looks like we're going to be able to run. We're boat 19, due in at 3. We're going to have all day. So pretty excited to get down there and get the day started.
Carl very happy about his efforts yesterday and should be 18-2. And man, he is a guy who's paid his dues and it's paid off. Got his first win year before last.
Exactly. And really the one thing, we actually talked about this yesterday, Tommy. One of the things with Carl, he's really trying to work on his consistency. He's either at the top of the leaderboard or we've seen Carl, the opposite side of that. And he said, man, I'm just working on consistency. The other thing is, if Carl thinks things through, and he said at times to his benefit, at times to a fault, but he thinks in these canals, he's only fishing the first couple hundred yards of these canals where he feels these bass are coming in right now. He said so many of the anglers that were fishing in these canals yesterday would go right to the backs of them, sight fish, leave. He said, what I'm trying to do is intercept a lot of the fish that are moving into the canals, whether they're setting up their pre-spawn fish. But at the same time, he does feel, taking a look at some of his catches yesterday, they're very near the main river. You see, he's not going very far back into there, but he knows a lot of the bass that he put on the scales yesterday, no doubt, hands down, were spawning because he would pitch in, catch a 2-pound male, come back 5 minutes later, and then catch a female off the exact set of pads.
Got a new leader. Brian New is our new leader. Our Opens champ. He just called with a 311, his second 3-pounder. He's up to about 14.5 pounds. He's 13 ounces ahead of Gary Klaus.
Said with intensity, Such. Well done, friend.
It's a big old.
Hey, Ronnie, real quick.
Big fat update
Ron Moore.
right there. Yes, Z.
I'm going to, and I thought about this actually when we went off the air. You are the superintendent of the Bassmaster Opens. And when I asked you yesterday, and it was great timing when you talked about Joshua Strassner and a great performance yesterday, I was a little surprised that Brian New was not at the top of your list.
That doesn't mean he can't finish second in it, and these guys are all great,
Moments ago with Matt Herron.
Sweet.
I mean,
Of course, Matt back there, Derek Hudnall sort of described this place, and you embellished it, Z, a place they couldn't get to last year. And now they're both able to take advantage, and certainly did yesterday.
Exactly, Tommy. And if you really kind of look at it, it's one of the areas where there is some bank grass. There's, if you're just tuning in to Bassmaster Live in this tournament, there is not a lot of submerged vegetation in the St. John's anymore. When you can find that bank grass and a hard bottom, that is the magic right now. And the nice thing about Matt Herron and Derek Hudnall, pretty much left alone.
That's fair, number one.
But yeah, Z, I mean, like, there's just every year there's going to be one Rookie of the Year winner, and so all these other guys, we could have 4, 5, 6 rookies out of the 9 classified rookies make the Classic, but one of them's going to win Rookie of the Year, and so that was just my pick. I don't like you getting on my case about it, but you know, like, you're trying to put a wedge in between me and Brian New when Brian's, you know, he's cool, we're cool.
But really following, you know, and I would text with you during a lot of the opens. Brian New, he's a very aggressive fisherman. I mean, he's, you know, watching him fish reminded me a lot of the, you know, the legends of bass fishing. Watching him last year on the opens,
he if the nickname The Natural wasn't already taken by one Aaron Martens,
right,
he would be one up there. But he's definitely embraced a lot of different anglers and their styles. Like the way he runs and guns and fishes freely, it comes from Brian Thrift. He is really honed into his electronics. He's friends with Matt Aries, learned a lot from him over the years. And so New's taken a lot of different people's games and made it his own. And now, you know, obviously he won Opens Angler of the Year and won the Falcon Rods.
The new natural, Ronnie. The new natural.
Okay. Now look, guys.
We got the puns.
I said yesterday when John Cruz. Now, John Cruz John Cruz is a running back. Very, but when you see Corey Johnston on the front of his trolling motor bracket, he is not Panther-like. Derek Hudnall hooked up with a good one.
Come on, girl. God, don't do that. There she is. All right. About that one for number 1. It's a good start. Just look at that. That old 48. In her face. Didn't even have my GoPro on. Huh? Hang on. 3 3/4. Nope.
Put him about a half a pound out of the lead.
Well, that is a good start for Derek Hudnall. Missile Baits 48, weightless. Typical Florida fishing, June bug color.
Yeah. Not a bad start. This little Gamakatsu Stinger Hook G Finesse, a little titanium weed guard on it. Thing is money.
Come on.
First fish puts him right back to his starting position, second place. It's where he started the day, of course. Again, Hunnell, the guy who caught the Phoenix Boats big bass yesterday, 9.5 pounds. So he's obviously tuned into an area that could produce big things today as we get back to Carl Jocumsen.
And most times a 9.5 is safe for big bass, but every year we've been here, there's been a 10-pounder for the big bass, so that could get broken today, tomorrow, Sunday.
But I want you to watch all of your leaders. You know, everything was pressed yesterday. All of your leaders, look how slow they are fishing. Very, very methodical.
And you said with the time shortened, they would just have a tendency to rush things.
Good one. Good one. Stay on, baby. Yes. That's how we start it. That's how we start it. Ooh, fell out. Look at that. X-Zone, MB, finesse worm. Beautiful start. Beautiful start. This takes about as much patience as you can possibly get. We've done almost half the canal, no bites, and just picking along. Guys are flying through here and they're looking, and I'm just coming in and I'm just pitching. I'm looking as well, but I'm just pitching to where I think they're going to be. And that one was way up underneath that boat. Well, I skipped it way up under there, and that one hadn't been caught yet, so solid 3-pounder. Thanks, buddy.
Good start for Carl right there. And Such, exactly what we talked about all day yesterday. With that shortened day, you know, if there was ever a horrible day to have a fog delay, the beginning of the season, you have so many nerves. And whenever you're in the state of Florida, I mean, all of our Florida viewers know this, you cannot fish fast here when these fish are setting up to spawn. You'll fish right past them. And the guys that excelled yesterday were the guys that just picked apart an area painfully slow. And that's just, you know, every tournament we've covered here, when they're locking on. I'm not saying, you know, like the year that Clun won, there was a lot of pre-spawn fish then. In this event, the majority of what got put on the scales yesterday from our leaders, they're either spawning or within an hour of 2 of locking.
Several fish just like that, and a bit smaller. And I left it for a little bit, and I came back and I skipped back up under there, and I caught the female. And so I'm going to mark that boat. I'm going to fish the rest of this canal, and then on my way back, I'll throw back under there and see if a female has gone back and set back up. And sometimes they're mad or aggressive, and then you'll catch them.
Folks in Australia tuned in watching. I know that Carl Jocumsen, the Team Jocumsen fan page is blowing up because their boy is on Bassmaster Live watching, so shout out to them for watching. I have no idea what time it would even be. I think it's so early, it's tomorrow.
15 hours ahead of us.
I think, yeah, so it would...
Toowoomba.
So what is that, 10 p.m., 11 p.m.?
You know, Ryan, you came from the college fishing circuit, you know, you fish so many college tournaments.
Evidently, I didn't catch them real great, but yes.
So that's what the rumor was, evidently. But if you really, you know, look at high school, if you look at high school and college, one of the questions you get is, you know, how do I become a pro? And that's the number one question. But if you look at the two guys on your screen, Derek Hunnell and Carl Jocumsen, on and off the water, if you're in high school or college watching this event right now, that is how you hold yourself from how you act on the water, but also how you act with media, your sponsors, social media. These guys do it the right way. I guess what I'm saying is they get the game. You know what I mean?
Hustlers. You see a lot of the college anglers, like you
Yes.
said, yes, they get to compete, kind of getting groomed for that, taking photos, media and whatnot, and working hard. But these guys came from a different path, same mindset, though. They got to hustle for what they want. They decided later in life, Derek did, to do it, and Carl obviously overcoming so many obstacles. But yes, they had that same mindset you see from the young and hungry anglers.
Two
Very
exemplary
professional.
anglers, that is for sure. And guys to watch, yeah, we'll be watching them all day for sure. They have certainly given us a lot so far. Good start, good starting fish for both Derek Hudnall and Carl Jochimsen. A lot of patience on display here. And some well-spoken explanations of exactly what's going on. You can't ask for anything more than that from these two guys. Getting our second day off to a terrific start. Bassmaster Live, and we'll be taking you all the way to 3 p.m. Eastern Time, weigh-in time, but so much to come. Before we get to that point right there, we're going to take ourselves a quick break and be right back.
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. Johns River is sponsored by Yamaha.
There they are, Derek Hudnall. Caught the big bass yesterday out here, the Phoenix Boats big bass, 9.5 pounds. Carl Jochimsen, a great day yesterday as well. Both of them have put solid fish into the live well today. Both of them being very patient and working over those areas with a plan and a technique and a purpose in mind. It's been a real joy to watch all of that. So far this morning, we figure there's plenty more left to come. Thank you for being with us today on Bassmaster Live. Just a great day so far, mainly because these guys are getting a full 8 hours to fish. And this is the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon, and we have our full crew on hand and ready to bring you all kinds of great stuff. And Ronnie Bohr is standing by. We're just right there at the screen of knowledge, so I assume you're about to bring it, Ronnie.
We're going to try to bring some more knowledge to the table, and that's what we were talking about yesterday with Bass Track. Bass Track's new and improvements. Obviously, some bugs get worked out early in the season. If you see any kind of weird data or something that looks weird, all those kinks are getting worked out. But Bass Track new and improved this year, and when we say it's new and improved, there's a lot of different features that you can choose from and watch. And so, for instance, you're looking down the screen. Yesterday, not a lot of data, only half the day, like you said. With a full day's data, you'll be able to check out all the anglers and what they're doing. And so you're looking at Gary Klaus, our leader. Doesn't have a fish on Bass Track yet, but if you wanted to catch up and see how he caught him yesterday or what he said at weigh-in, his video's already right there. And it's immediate. You can click, and the cool thing is the video pops up in the screen, doesn't take away from Bass Track. You can wait for the ad to load and then watch that video and keep scrolling, keep Bass Track in the forefront. So that is a good thing there. You can even check out like Hank Cherry making a rise up the leaderboard today in 6th place unofficially. You can check out that 8-1 that he caught on Bassmaster Live. Almost as soon as we post it, it should pop up underneath their profile. So a lot of cool ways to navigate. And like we said yesterday, for a lot of new fans, getting to know the 13 new anglers to the Elite Series, or getting to know some of the guys that maybe aren't at the top of the leaderboard that you're unfamiliar with, the added Bass Track features of content about those anglers will help you do it. So yeah, Tommy, we're trying to bring some new aspects to the fans for sure. We'll get into fantasy later as well, but it was a good day for a lot of guys yesterday and a tough day for some who picked favorites like Rick Clunn.
All right, wow, we've got a beefed up Bass Track, and you don't have any excuse not to be almost as smart as Ronnie Moore, because all the tools have been put in your hands.
And there was a lot of honesty, and we're trying to bring it.
See if we can catch up with our leader to start the day, Gary Klaus.
So we took off at 7 o'clock this morning. Yesterday was a fog delay, but we took off at 10. And I'm making a really long run. And these idle zones are making it difficult too. I've got like a 3-mile idle. But it's really hard to do. Like yesterday, I only had an hour to fish. I ran 2 hours and fished an hour, ran 2 hours back, and had a really good day. Everything worked out perfect for me. But it's hard to do. You're wanting to pull over here because, especially a short day, you're wanting to pull over and try to catch one right quick. But I don't know what'll happen today. You know, they were in there yesterday, and I may have caught them all. I may have not. We'll see what happens. But
little progress report from Gary Klaus there, sort of putting his day yesterday in context versus what's going to happen today, and we'll be watching that as best we can in the course of this day. Matt Herron, 16 pounds and 9 ounces on day number 1. Very successful day by any account. On a tough day, challenging day yesterday.
Well, he is keeping that top water double prop bait pretty honest this morning up on these shallow flats.
He had him all kind of face for double horsed it. That's actually a slash P made by PH Custom Lures. And I'm scared. You can tell the way I'm handling this fish. I am scared to death of them high boosters right there. Them things are NRB coated things. Them son of a guns will tear you up.
Matt Herron with a keeper in there told us yesterday he had some extensive work on his shoulder in the off season, still just waiting for the day when he wakes up and it doesn't hurt. But he's going to push through it. You can count on that. He's a tough guy.
He said he learned to cast left-handed a lot last year, and then he injured it a little bit more climbing on top of the camper to fix something, and said, now it's the time. Got to get the work done.
You know, for years, seeing what Matt Herron's doing whenever we come to Florida, not only, you know, fishing here on the St. John's, you see those old school devil's horses, you know, double prop baits, and you don't see them perform a lot of times outside of Florida. They do, but they don't. Not like they do in this state. I remember talking with Cliff Prince, with Terry Scroggins. I said, why, when you cross that Florida line, does that style topwater bait work really better than anything? And both of them, to a man, said needlefish. You know, there's needlefish in a lot of the Florida systems, and that's what makes that double prop bait, especially the profile, do better than, you know, your usual, you know, walk-in style baits, chugger style topwater baits. And for decades and decades, that style topwater bait has outperformed everything in this state.
How about a new leader, Z? Mark Menendez just caught a 3+. He's up to 12.5 on the day.
Yeah, well, how about a TH Marine weather report, Such?
Okay.
Oh, yeah, there it is for you.
Scattered
76
storms.
is the high today. The low tonight is 62 degrees. Scattered thunderstorms. You see a lower deck of clouds today, actually, than there was yesterday, but we're getting plenty of sunshine in the in-betweens there, so it just really lights up this terrific Florida wilderness in a great way. Just some perfect pictures.
Let me throw
today.
you something, Tommy.
Yeah.
Let me throw you something. Corey Johnston was one of those anglers before this tournament after Tuesday's practice that you and I got to talk about this, dropped me a text, and I called him, and he said, no, I could not have caught 30 pounds on Tuesday. I believe I could have scared 40 pounds Tuesday afternoon doing exactly what he said. A massive wave of giants came up Tuesday, and he could not relocate them yesterday. But in his opinion, and we got to share our thoughts yesterday, he said there's no doubt there is a 30-pound stringer coming in the next 2 days.
How do you get into the rhythm with I mean, they're there, and then they're not. You know, that's a common complaint. You know, even with waves coming. But if you get in rhythm with them, that's when we see those giant bags, right?
No shit.
It's the same thing that Dean Rojas and the tournament down on Toho ran into. It's a collision with that wave that comes up, And when they first come up, they're not very intelligent. I mean, John Cox said there was 6 to 8 pounders swimming everywhere on Tuesday, and obviously that was not the case yesterday. It is such a magical timing deal when it happens. And you just feel like with the weather the way it is, that it's going to happen for one of our anglers. I mean, look at it like this. Gary Klaus caught, what did he have yesterday?
25-12.
25. He did that in 45 minutes. Imagine if Gary would have had 5 hours to do that.
That's why I said we're going to scare the heck out of 50 pounds today with double the time to fish.
Timing and zip code, as one of our anglers said yesterday. Timing and locations. We see so many guys that did very well fishing so very close together. There's the veteran, Mark Menendez, really scared the lead here in 2019. Had some big days out on the water. Just picking up right where he left off. Brian New to the Bassmaster Elite Series. 26 pounds and 9 ounces. Some great action going on out there. We'll bring you more when we come back.
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. Johns River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Anglers have been out there almost 2 hours now. This time yesterday, they'd been sitting at the dock for 2 hours with yet another hour to wait. So big differences between yesterday and today, and a big advantage to these anglers to get the first 3 hours of fishing. And Derek Hudnall working on one. He was telling us all about his confidence in certain little spots out here that are going to hold some big ones.
Right, working one right now, and Derek said he did not see a lot of them yesterday, but he could see them pushing water, which that would be phenomenal. He said late in the day, you could watch a lot of these bigger females pushing water, and he said they got aggressive the last 30 minutes.
How about a BFA?
What?
Big Fish Alert. Drew Benton, 7 pounds, 4 ounces on Bass Track. Jumps
you
up to
kind of
11th
thought
place.
one of the Drews, you thought one of the Drews, Drew Benton or Drew Cook, was going to show up today.
Well, Benton was 43rd yesterday with 9.5 pounds. Cook had 11.
Real good little stretch coming up right here. That's 2 more fish that we know that are right here. I ain't caught yet. That ain't another camera boat, is it?
I don't know. If it is, I'll tell him to stay out.
Yeah, that's... Somebody sees where we are on Bass Track, a spectator probably trying to come watch.
And the positive of where Hudnall's at is he's really been left alone. That is a huge 1 to maybe 2 foot spawning flat that he has to get over. And he's really said, he goes, boy, you don't want many boats in there. As skinny as that water is, there are no depressions. And he said, really, the benefit of it is you have to idle so far to get back there. He said, I really think that's what keeps locals and a lot of the guys in this tournament, it's what's kept them out of there.
Second fish for Derek Hudnall's got him up within a half a pound of our leader, Mark Menendez.
All right, guys, we got 2 in the box. 1 3.5, 3 3/4, and another 2.5. There are 2 more females that we just passed. I know they're there, and one of them hit it several different times. I can't see her yet, though. So I'm going to let her alone, and when that sun comes up high, I think I can catch that fish if I can see her. And then I pulled that 2.5 pound male just now off a bed. I threw in there and got hit again. But again, I can't, unless if that sun gets up high and I can see her, I can probably catch those fish. And I know there's a couple of fish right up here that were on beds yesterday that I didn't catch. So good start. Any one of these could be a 9 or a 10 like was in here yesterday. You just don't know when or where. You know, I can't see all of them. I can see some of them. But I like
So who do we have right there
identify
with
where I
Corey
think they're going to be
Johnston?
spawning and make a long cast, then try to get up there close to see if there was one there. But if I can get the element of surprise before they know we're here, normally they'll eat first time. This is a real good little stretch right here. Little nook coming up, little wood. You can get to the bank right there. I know there's about a 4-pounder sitting in front of that big palm tree looking thing up there. Couldn't get her to eat yesterday, but I didn't spend much time on her, so I know she's there. She's out in front of it. We'll see if she wants to take a little ride in the Skeeter FXR20. I think she'd be pretty comfortable. Gosh, this new Victory ride right here by St. Croix that actually is not released yet, so hopefully they don't fire me for talking about it. I was a big part in the development of this rod for the last couple of years, and it's incredible. It's a 7.3 medium, extra fast, really good wacky worm rod. Extremely sensitive, lightweight. It's a blend of SC6 material, which is in the Legend Extremes, the 640 rods. Oh, you see them? See the fish move right there? There's one right there. We're about to catch her.
Just to point out, Such and I were just talking about that fans can't see the Bass Track map on the website.
Andrew Hawkinson hooked
Carl's
up.
hooked up.
Stay on, baby. Oh, man.
Get in here. Yes, it's a good one. It's a good one.
Great shot.
Almost the same size. 2.5. Nice fish.
Almost midnight in Toowoomba, where he's from, and I'm sure we heard a oi, oi, oi out there in a toast.
Oh, boy.
I got it. Put number 2 on. Nice. Oh, sorry, Shane. Nice. Limit of them and one big one. That's the goal in Florida. But down here, this time of year, right now, one right move, one stretch, one turn, and you can come across 30 pounds in very fast and turn those 2.5, 3 pounders into giants. But I'll take them right now. That was probably a $10,000 fish.
Guy's got the numbers in the head, and he believes that if he doesn't catch another fish, that'll give him the cut.
So we got the work done yesterday to do that.
Drone fish catch. He's been asking me for that. Yeah. He doesn't ask much, but just...
One of the things that was really cool listening to Carl, he said it's always a guessing game in Florida this time of year throughout practice of where they're coming. And I said, explain that. He said, you know, you're trying to combine all the variables where you find your warmest water, and he said, I found water that was spiking combined with food, stable water conditions, and a lot of these canals, I mean, we got to see it last year a ton with guys like Clark Wendlandt, Jake Whitaker. And really, Carl said, you know, when I saw the combination of stable water, warming water, he said, I just gambled. This is where they're coming. And interestingly enough, getting a little, you know, pre-game info from Terry Scroggins, this set of canals is exactly where Scroggins said it could go down in this tournament.
Carl certainly has great confidence in it, sort of jacked up about it, yet so patient, picking it apart so carefully, showing a lot of professionalism. There's your professional who had the lead to start this day, Gary Klaus. Residing in 4th place, but there he is, hooked up.
Wow, it looks like he's on a different lake. Which he is. Here we go.
More lakes than you can count on this incredibly long river system here, vast, and with so many different environments to catch them in. That's what makes this so entertaining today, to see all these different types of places come into play. Carl Jocumsen with 2 in that 3-pound range right there. And right now it's Mark Menendez, the veteran, with the lead. We're going to try our best to visit with him at some point during this day. We've got a lot of stuff to see, a lot of stuff on our to-do list for day number 2 of this tournament.
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
TGIF, yeah, a lot of reasons to be thankful it's Friday. This is the second day of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at the St. John's River. All these guys want to be thankful for another day to fish. That means they have to fish well today, be in the top 50. That's who will advance to competition on day number 3. Mark Menendez, the Kentucky veteran, the man on top. We've been spending a lot of time with Derek Hudnall today. Brian New, one of our newcomers, moving up there. Gary Klaus started the day with the lead. He has surrendered that lead for now, but he spent a lot of time traveling today. And in order to get a sense and context on where he is, let's do a Minn Kota Unlock the Lake here.
Why don't we do that, Tommy Sanders? And Gary Klaus was, I'm going to use the word elusive yesterday after our day 1 weigh-in. I said, Gary, how far are you running? He said, far. That's all I'm going to tell you guys. And really, if you look at our aerial right here, and you have to imagine this, with not as much vegetation in Lake George in years past, you see a lot of guys not in Lake George, but around it, in the town of Astor, Juniper Springs, on the south end of Lake George, in a lot of the popular areas. A lot of these anglers just tucked into some of those little canals, man-made canals, creeks. You see John Cox has moved out of Rodman. He's on the west side of Lake George today. Rodman still getting some attention right there to the left of your screen. But the major area, the major player, at least for your leaders, is from the south end of Lake George south, which actually would be upriver.
310 miles, St. John's River, about 100 of those miles coming into play for our anglers here this week.
So yesterday, we had a fog delay. took off at 10 o'clock. Actually, I took off at 10:25. I set my trolling motor down right in this area at 12:40, I believe it was. And at 1:40, I picked the trolling motor up, and I had caught, I think I'd caught 7 or 8. I forgot. I had 5 5-pounders. It was the most unbelievable hour of fishing, maybe in my life, but definitely in a tournament situation. It just was one of them magical, but everything went right. I can't see to put my line in here. But so today we took off at 7 and got down here, and I just put the trolling motor down a minute ago and caught one about 2 pounds, and I think there's some more in here. I don't know if there's how many big ones is in here for sure. And then I tie my bait on, changing rods, and forget to put a sinker on. All shook up. Happens to everybody. I guess if we didn't get excited, we shouldn't be doing this game. Oh yeah, throws a lot better now. Come on. Gotta catch another one.
Well, he is wound up. That's about as wound up as you'll see Gary Klaus right there.
I'd like it to.
Now, you'd think that if he caught all his fish in an hour yesterday, he'd feel like total leisure today. It's just take it easy, just work it easy and make it happen, and don't worry about the time.
And look, Gary's known. He's the Phoenix boat dude. He's that he started that company with Teresa, but here, for somebody that doesn't know Gary outside of Phoenix Boats, he is a tournament junkie, Tommy Sanders. You know that. He has fished tournaments since, I mean, you're talking like the early 80s. That guy's been around
I think
a
it
lot.
is. Yeah.
Absolutely. I think he's the only human that has fished more tournaments than Charlie Hartley.
There's one on.
Oh, I done tongue shotted him. He ain't too bad.
Well, taking a look at Gary Klaus's area, we're going to really pick that apart. Just those little clumps of reeds, perfect areas for them to set up and spawn. And you could tell, he said there was multiples on clumps like that yesterday. Going to slide back over on the southwest corner, Lake George with Corey Johnston, Bassmaster
Live.
I appreciate that, Tommy.
You're welcome. Corey, one fish, small one, got the same problem. Matt Heron has no size coming into the boat yet today, but
Just go ahead and get one in the boat here.
that was the first keeper.
Yeah, there's some big females swimming around. They're gonna pair up today.
Taking out a Derek Hudnall.
Two fish in his live well, correct?
Yes. About 6 pounds.
Yeah, two solid ones.
There she is.
God dang it.
Uh-oh.
What awesome conditions right there.
Man.
0 wind, little bit of sun.
Why isn't he just easy?
That's Bowman over there.
Set up real fast when these guys started practice earlier in the week. Actually started practice on Super Bowl Sunday. Big game went down last weekend. A lot of Florida folks happy with the outcome of that. Water temp was about 55 or 56 degrees on day one of practice. And by the end of practice on Tuesday, had climbed all the way to 65 to 67, which only means one thing in the state of Florida. They are coming.
That's the recipe, isn't it? A little bit of cold, and that's it, right?
That is the recipe.
We're going to have to try to get on plane and get on back in here a little further, I believe.
She is. Look at the bull.
Z, was that Tom Brady on your pontoon boat we saw?
They're just not eating it.
Say that again. Oh, yesterday in some.
What? Just not eating it.
It looked like, you know what? It looked like they were having a TIME celebration.
Why not?
Derek Hudnall, 2 misses on that fish right there. Oh, yeah. Tommy, I don't know if you got to.
Yes.
I don't know if you got to see it. Did you see some of the next day footage of Gronk down at Disney? Looked like he was having a big time.
Yeah, he always is.
Always
it seems to be. All right. How about some Striker Daily Trivia? Gonna lay it on you right here. At the 2019 Bassmaster Elite event on the St. Johns River, how many bags weighed in over 30 pounds? 2019, that was a big year, remember that. Was it 3, was it 4, was it 5, or 6? 30-pound bags we're talking about now. So put your mind to that. Think about who caught them. One of them's in the lead right here, right now. There's a clue for you. We'll be back with the answer after the break.
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. Johns River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Day number 2 action at the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite on the St. Johns River. This is Bassmaster Live. We're going to take you all the way up to weigh-in time. Striker Daily Trivia. We laid the question on you before we went to break there. The 2019 Bassmaster Elite event right here. How many bags weighed over 30 pounds? Was it 3, 4, 5, or 6? Z, do you recall?
I go. Boy, I'm 4 or 5. I'm going C. 5.
I'll go 4. I'll go 4.
Z.
Huh?
Remember Rick Clunn, 34-14, Clifford Pirch, 34-9, Walters, 33 almost, Cruz, and Scott Canterbury.
That was a good one. That was a good tournament.
And last year we only had 5 20-pound bags.
That's right. Different year. Big time different year. Get down to Carl Jochimson right now. He's got 2 good ones in the boat.
See Carl working these canals a lot further back today than he did yesterday.
make a bed fish him out of me. That's in the mouth right there. That took a little bit, but he's a little bit better than I thought. He's definitely 2.5. There's nothing much more fun than that. Saw him up there, he's in so shallow water, his back was almost hanging out. Had to use that spin rod and just finesse. I got it right down in that spot. Then I just bumped the bottom of that rod and just shook it. He got mad and ate it. Number 3.
Carl says that's what's required is about 4 of those and a giant. And if you can get replace all the little ones, then you're really going to town. But he's right on schedule today, wouldn't you say, Z?
Absolutely, and proud of Carl. I think that's the first bedfish we have ever seen Carl catch on Bassmaster Live, and he said it. I had to change my game and really start to learn Florida fishing, which putting on a display here today.
Let's take it back to Dave Mercer. Back in Palatka, there's Dave. And Dave, this morning, big difference. You got rid of those guys early. You got them out of town here. They were happy to say goodbye to you, and maybe you were happy to say goodbye to them as well.
You know what? After yesterday, I mean, what a weird way to start. But, I mean, we're used to it now. I mean, we were just happy to go. Last year, we missed the first 2 days here with weather. But everybody very relieved to go today. Really, was you woke up in the morning, there was 0 fog. So there was no... We were going from the moment you opened those curtains in your hotel room, but they're on the water. And you look at this Derby, I mean, Florida tournaments are synonymous with flip-flopping leaderboards. A day 1, day 2, totally different. I mean, a lot of the reason is that big fish bite and that fickle bite. I mean, here today, gone tomorrow, or burning through your fish. You know, you've got a lot of people who are looking at fish, and those fish aren't moving to you. But this time around, I think it's going to be even more, because if you look at that leaderboard, I mean, I believe our 50 cut was almost 9 pounds.
Under 9.
So if you look at it, even if you had that nightmare day yesterday, like several of our anglers did, where everything went wrong and you caught nothing, there is a realistic expectation that you can still make the top 50 here this time around. And to me, as a tournament MC and as a tournament fan, that makes today's weigh-in very, very exciting, because really anybody has a shot to stay in that top 50 or move into that top 50.
Dave, we got to talk to you about how ratcheted up the stress level was yesterday morning, but we didn't get to talk to you about after the weigh-in, and it just felt like, at least from what we covered yesterday, a lot of guys with that time constraint truly spun out on the St. John's yesterday.
Big time, big time. I mean, you know, even hardcore veterans, you know, guys like Jason Christie. I hung out with him a little bit last night after the weigh-in, and he said you wouldn't believe just how fast, you know, with the anticipation of the season coming, you know, like, here we go, I got to have that strong start, I got to kick it off, and to have that restricted day, I mean, we were realistically, let's not talk about the hours they had to fish. We were 45 minutes away from canceling the entire day, which is about as close as you can get. So, I mean, it's not just the shortened day, but it's the fact that we're on a fishery where these guys, a lot of them are committed to big run time. You heard it on the stage, guys talking about hour and a half runs and only having minutes to fish in some situations. But as you saw with Gary Klaus, it didn't take him that long. But the problem is, like, I talked to him on the dock this morning, he says, I don't know how many more are going to come there or how many more are left there. And it's always a question when you come here of are they coming to you or are you burning through them? Really, the feeling, to be honest, though, it was kind of weird because it's the first day of the season. It was just a lot. It was like a bunch of punch-drunk fighters walking around. I mean, they were just like, what happened? I mean, I spent all this time wrapping my boat and getting ready, and it's over already. You know what I mean? Like, there really was a lot of people who were just like, that is not, you try to prepare for things, but nobody really prepared for this. And it'll be interesting to see how guys adapt today. Today's really, I mean, not to be a drama queen, but I mean, I know it's the second day of the season, but today's one of the most important days of the season for a lot of these anglers to right that ship and turn bomb into a survivable event.
I remember when they shamed Cersei Lannister in Game of Thrones. Did you give Jason Christie some of the business about his performance yesterday?
My God.
I get a little bit. I mean, I mess with it a bit, but I'm talking live. If I ever give my returning friends every freaking time.
Okay, Dave breaking up there a little bit, but we got the gist of what that was. That was a good question, right? He has to, he's got a hard job. He doesn't know who to treat with kid gloves and who he can have some fun with. And he's got to make that determination.
I don't mess with Jason Christie.
Okay, there's. We're going to get a little bonus coverage right now. As I understand it, we're going to the man we saw catch a giant yesterday. Still reigning classic champion, Hank Cherry. Hank, man, that big fish you caught yesterday, man, that was a mood changer. I've never seen you laugh so much.
That was a definitely well-needed capture after losing that one right before it. But you know how this fishing is. I've been at this long enough. You catch some, you lose some, and you just take advantage of your opportunities the best you can. And that one yesterday was like catching a limit, and I was extremely happy to have it.
Giant fish on day one, and that was your first one of the 2021 season to hit the live well. And Hank, you seemed a little itchy scratchy on Wednesday about coming into this event and what you were on. Kind of walk us through what's transpired since we got to talk on Wednesday.
Well, since we were last out here coming out yesterday, the water temperature rose dramatically. And I don't think these fish really want to set up and do their thing when the water's just buzz. But I think what's happened is some have come up to get warm. Some have tried to get up to spawn. And without the eelgrass, I just feel like spread out instead of going to those 500-yard stretches and getting in the eelgrass all together where they want to be. I think they're just spread out, and the problem is there's no real direct target you can throw at to catch them. You might catch one here, you might catch one there, and you might not get a bite, period. So, I mean, you just got to keep your bait wet. I started this morning in a canal, and I caught 3. I hadn't had a bite there the whole time, so I know they're moving. I just got to stay where I think they're going, fish slow, which I hate doing, and hopefully run into another big one or two and get back in this thing.
Tommy talked about it actually, during your Bassmaster Classic victory, had some elbow issues, dealing with some injuries. How's it going right now, Hank?
I feel good. I'm happy to be fishing. I told my guy yesterday, you contemplate everything in the off season about how long you want to do this, how long we're going to keep doing this, what's the year going to be like. And I told him yesterday, as soon as they started calling boat numbers, I had no problems, no feelings, nothing. I was just ready to go fishing. And they started calling boat numbers, and you get that feeling in your stomach. And I'm like, turned to him, I told him, I said, look, when it's time to blast off and I don't start getting those butterflies, then I know it's time to hang it up. So I'm still good. And yesterday catching that fish just put rejuvenation into me, because I was really worried about even getting a bite, if you want to know the truth.
Hank, because of the crazy schedule we're all dealing with, you're going to be one of the longest reigning Bassmaster Classic winners in history. You're getting a good year and a half out of this. We haven't had a chance to ask you how it's felt being the face of bass fishing, the fellow who's the face that represents bass fishing to the world. How has that sat with you, and what have been the fun parts and what have been the not so fun parts?
Well, downer you would say would be the COVID pandemic and this, that, and the other. And people have told me, you picked, it's just awful. You had to win the Classic when this happened. I'm just going to go ahead and tell you, I'll even stop fishing to tell you. There's never a bad time to win the Classic. I don't care. There's never a bad time. That trophy's in my living room. My family's proud of it. I'm proud of it. I know the Lord's proud of me for it, and all my great sponsors. And I'm just happy that it happened that way. And I'm really looking forward to getting to this one in June and hopefully bringing another trophy out.
Well, there's the other big award in bass fishing, and that's the production through an entire year, and you're on track, looks like, to make some good points here.
Oh, yeah.
As it stands right now at St. John's. So did you ever think about that, getting something to bookend with that Classic trophy?
Oh.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. We just got cut off of that. Yeah, I look for that. But the carrot I've always chased and always dreamed of doing when I was a kid was that Classic trophy. That's the one that I wanted. I got it, and I had a moment, and I had to have a talk with my wife. You know, I was like, when you've wanted something so bad for so long, and then you get it, like, what's the next carrot?
Yeah.
I mean, I know that's weird in a sense, but that's the kind of thought process that I had going through in the off season. But I love this. I believe I was put on the earth to do this, and like I said, if I inspire a few kids and a few people along the way, then I've done my job.
Way to
That's
go,
awesome.
Hank. Good
and
stuff,
he has done
man.
that. He has done that.
Hank Cherry there, a reigning Classic champ, having a good tournament here on the St. Johns River. Had fun with him yesterday, and he gave us our best fish catch today. He was the man yesterday.
A power pole replay of the day about 7 times,
Yeah,
and you know what?
That's right.
So far, nobody has eclipsed that in this tournament.
No. We're still looking for that big moment so far, but we'll get there. We've got some candidates so far, that is for sure. We take a look at Derek Hudnall. We'll be back with all of our anglers. When we come back, take ourselves a quick break. We'll be back on the St. John's in no time.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Minn Kota, Powerpole, and by Skeeter Boats.
But it seems to go so very quickly. This is the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite on the St. Johns River. That's a look at Derek Hudnall. Currently in second place, having a great tournament. Caught the Phoenix big bass of the day yesterday at 9.5 pounds. Seems to be very confident about what he's doing, the zip code he's in right now, and the technique he's using as well.
Slow and methodical.
There she is.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
See? Just taking my worm. Just take my worm clean off of it. We should be sitting on a freaking bag right now.
Well, it started out great today. Had 2 solid fish and just really seemed to be right on track. But not everything goes perfect every time. And then this happened.
No, he's missed a few key bites, but you know, I don't know if there's a positive out of that, but he did not break that fish off. He really didn't, you know, jack that fish up. I mean, that is still more than likely throughout this day, especially the higher the skies get, those fish that he's missed so far today, 1 or 2 of those are going to be catchable. But you heard him make the comment, though, definitely should be sitting on a bag already today.
Well, it's like you've been emphasizing how important the timing is, and you just don't want to take all day if you can help it to get it done.
Well, Tommy Z, I got a couple big movers here. Keith Combs has got the biggest bag of the day, 16.5 pounds. He's up from 43rd to 6th place. Right behind him, Drew Benton, who has our Phoenix Boats Big Bass 7-4. He's 7th place. He's got 16 on the day.
And
Drew
Such, may
Cook
I
is
ask,
in the
Drew
top
Benton,
10.
Got both Drews.
Both Drews are up there.
Both Drews. Let me ask you, Drew Benton, was that him in the background where we saw Corey Johnston?
Oh, is that who that was? I couldn't tell. I could not make it out.
Just protecting is all.
Corey Johnston's had a very slow up. Gary Klaus hooked up. Gosh, did you see how shallow he was on that flat?
Dirt shallow.
That fish was actually spawned yesterday from some of the fish that Gary weighed in, Tommy Sanders.
Things happen fast here in Florida this time of year.
Chatterbait. I caught a couple on chatterbait yesterday, but I didn't catch any big ones on it. But yeah, I just need to get some bites right now. Yeah, probably.
Benton and both Johnstons are in close proximity.
It was him. Yeah.
I'm gonna give a shout out right now to Justin from Bass University, good friend of the show. Called that out earlier. He said, I think Drew Benton just caught that big fish alert that Such yelled out from studio. That 7-pounder was literally 20 yards from Corey Johnston.
Wow.
I've been wanting to try.
But, take a look at that. Drew Benton already with a really good bag in that same area. And it's been slow so far for Corey Johnston.
What goes through your thoughts when you see a guy 20 yards from you catch the lunker?
Well, it sucks. I mean, it does. But both of those guys before this tournament started said this area down here on the lower end of George, there was giants everywhere Tuesday.
Hey. What? Big one?
Corey's going to search. He's got a good pair of eyes, that's for sure. We saw him demonstrate that back in 2019. We got some B&W trailer hitches bonus coverage for you right now. Let's get out there with Mark Menendez. Mark, I mean, there are just some guys who are horses for courses. Do you grind harder here, or is it just instinct? Is it just intuitive to you? You know what to do. You know what moves to make here.
Tommy, I've been grinding all week. I've been trying to grind all the rust off my body after not fishing here. So I just settled down in one little area yesterday, knowing that the time was of the essence, and I just put my trolling motor down and just went fishing. That's all I did yesterday. So I just kind of played the odds. I'm not in an area where the winners live. These are not where the winners are. But this is an area that I can catch 12 to 14 pounds, probably most any day. So I'm just going to grind with it this week. I'm going to be the grinder today.
You say Mark, that, you sound like a... Oh, go ahead, Z.
Mark, you were not with us in 2020, but you were, because you and I pretty much texted every single day of Bassmaster Live last year. How was that, being on the sidelines and watching?
Well, the competitor in me hated it. Obviously, I didn't like it at all. But the bass fishing studio and the studionato that I am, I loved it. And that amount of exposure that the guys got, I was really jealous of that, Mark. I won't lie to you. That made me want to be out there even more. But it was just amazing to watch how proficient all of our new guys are, how good these guys are at fishing, and some of the things I would have done, and some of the things I learned a few things or two that I'll be honest with you, I learned a couple things.
Mark, you talked like you said, maybe you do know where the winners are. You know where that zip code is. Is that right, or are you still working on that problem?
Well, I've got some old post office boxes down the lake there, Tommy, that you know, caught some of those giants, and I don't think they're quite there yet. Tomorrow, I will definitely get the right tide. at the right time, and I will go visit some of those just for old time's sake, for fun. But I'm gonna have 5 before I go down there, I promise you.
Mark, real quick, you have fished this lake when there was vegetation to where there is nothing anymore. How has this entire system changed since the first time that you've come to the St. John's?
Well, I fished my first pro tournament here, Mark, in 1987 on college break. And at that point, it was a wintertime deal. It was cold, and it was brutal. 20 pounds won the tournament for 2 days. And it goes in cycles. Rivers goes in cycles. And right now, we're in a cycle where there is no vegetation, and it spreads the fish out, Mark. It puts one on a cypress tree, one on a whatever, one on a little stick, one on a boat dock, and they get real. It makes it tougher. You got to cover more ground. And with that being said, it doesn't concentrate those, and those big fish become much harder to catch and much more leery. So as you can see, I'm playing little Guns N' Roses this morning. I'm in the jungle, and I have a lot of targets. I have to fish it all because one will come on the outside, one will come between a tree, and one will come on the bank. So I'm just old style Florida fishing, a light slip sinker. And Marky, I got one of my favorites out here. I got the old monkey on the end of the rod, the old space monkey.
Sweet child, oh mine. Sweet child of mine, Tommy.
Well, Mark, we just talked to Dave Mercer about this, and we talked to a lot of anglers on the water yesterday. A lot of them were really, really thrown off by a 3-hour delay, and that's completely understandable. You've got some quality experience under your belt. I mean, how do you deal with that? Obviously, it had little effect on you yesterday.
Well, I think Bigfoot just moved back there. There's a big giant coyote or a fox back there, Tommy.
Oh, I believe you.
Turn the camera out here on the end of the log there. It's a great big raccoon behind that root wad right there. He may show himself.
Well, nuclear raccoons.
I planned for it. I knew fog was a deal, so I fished close. I fished a place where I would have maximum time. So I fished 4.5 hours yesterday of the 5-hour day. And so that was my deal, was keep a bait wet, and that gave me a big advantage. I lucked up and caught a 5.5 pounder yesterday, so that really put me way up there. That was the big bonus yesterday, was the 5.5. So I knew I would settle down, Tommy, if I would just go fish a little bit. You've got 3 hours on the bank. You're worried about I got to hurry. There's an idle zone. I got to go 50 miles down the lake. That does not work for me. I've been on that rodeo, and that doesn't work for me. So I just went fishing, slowed down, and just do what I do. Just fish my strengths, and I'm about to catch one here, guys.
Well, Mark, seeing you do well at the St. John's has just kind of become an institution. It's one of those traditions that you count on. So it makes us happy to visit with you on a day like today. Yeah. And best of luck. And we will see you come weigh-in time. The great Mark Menendez out there.
Tommy, what's amazing is that Guns N' Roses reference. I remember being at Manning, Louisiana. I came in your condo, and you had Paradise City cranked to 10 one night.
Wow. I wonder why I don't remember that. But there's a million reasons I don't remember that. Thank you, though, for refreshing. That was probably true. Hey, we got plenty more fishing on the way. Great to be with Mark Menendez. We've got Gary Klaus back on top right now by thin margin. And as Dave Mercer says, it's going to flip-flop all day long, so stick around for it.
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Getting further and further into this second day of competition at the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite on St. John's River, first stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series 2021. It's Derek Hudnall on catch 2 good ones. Had 3 that came off. A little bit frustrating for him. A little bit of a bump in the road, but he seems to be in the right place. He's found it. He has found the address that he was looking for. And you can bet he's going to be working that very, very hard during the course of this day. Look at the top water. Here's a shot of it right here.
Here we go. First time you've seen him transition from that Missile Baits 48 Wacky Worm, weightless. Fishing the same way Matt Herron is right around the corner from him. Oh, that just looks fun to watch.
Got another mover, Caleb Kufall, with a 3.5 pounder, finishes his limit out. He's up to 4th place from 14th.
Solid day yesterday for him. Had a chance to talk with him for just a couple of minutes out there on the water.
She mad. Just can't tell where her bed's at.
I hate to take our eyes off of that right there, but Derek Hudnall is probably going to go back to his original plan for a moment here. Let's talk to the guy who, well, he partied like it was 1999 and 1999 because he was the world champion, the classic champion, Davey Height. And Davey, tell us what you've been observing out there today. You found a nice spot and some good light. We'll start with that.
Well, I've down south below Lake George, and a lot of the anglers are down here, and it's just real interesting to see the different approaches. I'm around some lily pads now, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of our anglers in this big area of just lily pads, and they're flipping these pads, and they're really fishing for spawning fish, just like you see some of the other anglers in the canals that are, a lot of those are looking at those fish are spawning. But that's really what's going on with all these anglers. They have different approaches. These guys looking for vegetation that these fish will spawn around. You see a lot of the anglers in the canals fishing the boat docks, the pilings, the walls, that sort of thing. But it's definitely everybody that I've seen so far today is fishing for those spawning bass, although they really can't see, a lot of these anglers can't see those fish, but they're fishing very slow, methodically, and you just have to visualize that there could be a bed around every lily pad stem, and just take your time and just visualize that there would be a spawning bass right there, whether you can see that fish or not.
Davey, coming into this tournament, one of the reasons you went to Rodman, we know you had a lot of bad service yesterday in Rodman Reservoir. There was obviously a massive wave of giants that came up on Tuesday that many anglers found that same wave, and then they seemingly disappeared yesterday. I ask you, number one, why do you think that happened? Because the weather actually got better, and will we see that collision again?
Well, I just think that's a wave that moved up, and these fish, especially the bigger females, Z, we've talked about this, they don't stay up there very long a lot of times, especially down in Florida. Those males, and we saw a lot of those 2 and 3 pound bass weighed in yesterday, they stay there for a longer period of time. But I think the last day of practice, a lot of those bigger fish moved up and probably spawned and left, and only those males were there. It was really surprising to me that we didn't have another wave show up, but I think it will definitely happen this week. Here's one thing that went on last year that, you know, I remembered once I got down here and saw the water level. We had that strong south wind last year, and it really hurt our fishing because it kept the water blown out and it was a lot lower. Those fish don't want to move up. So that's not the case this year. That was certainly the reason last year a lot of those bigger fish didn't show up. I think we will see the fishing get better and better. The forecast has changed. It's not supposed to get as cold on Saturday and Sunday as they were calling for just a few days ago. So to answer your question, Z, I think those fish from the last afternoon of practice, and then we had a day off before the tournament started, a lot of those fish actually that those guys were seeing had spawned and left. But there's more coming, no doubt about it. We've got high water, we've got good water temperatures, and we'll see these anglers with a full day of fishing. You'll see some more big catches like Gary Klaus had yesterday.
Well, Davey,
go
ahead, Z. Yeah, go ahead.
Davey, one of the things that yesterday we were talking about, especially after our midday break, is when these fish set up later in the day, if you can describe to somebody at home that maybe doesn't do a lot of bed fishing throughout the country, especially Florida. What happens when they get tight or when they set up?
Well, that's a great question, Z, because when they're not set up, they're very hard to catch. If you've got a male set up on the bed and a female roaming around and not set up, you can waste a lot of time trying to get that fish to bite, and oftentimes you won't ever catch that fish. And with time so short yesterday, if I would have been fishing yesterday and talking to some of the other anglers, they had the same approach. If that fish wasn't set up and you thought it would take you a long time to maybe catch that fish, even though it might be a 7 or 8 pounder, you just pass it on, and hopefully you'd come back today or tomorrow and that fish be set up. In tournaments past here, I'd mark a fish on a bed one day, the female set up, go there the very next morning, and the fish not be there, be out roaming around, and you come back a couple hours later when that water temperature is up just a little bit, or even maybe the water level. I mean, this whole place is affected by the tide, and the tide coming up, the wind blowing, a north wind would have that wind, the water level coming up. Those things contribute to that female getting up there and setting up. Once they're set up, they're some of the easiest spawning bass I've ever seen to catch. But if they're not set up, I don't care where you are, Florida or New York, they're very, very difficult to catch.
Davey, that's great info, some good stuff that helps kind of fill in the blanks of what we're watching. We look forward to talking to Davey again today. Great to have him where we can talk to him to lend his expertise to us. Right now, let's take it out to the man who started the day, the lead, and holds the lead right now, Gary Klaus.
Boy, he's fishing. That is a massive, massive shallow flat. He's been kicking dirt up all morning long and really isolated cover. Oh, boy.
That's a big one. Come on. That's a big one there. Come on, Gary. You talk about a terrible job of landing a fish. Goodness gracious. Good thing he was hooked good. Did everything I could to lose him. Yeah, he wasn't going nowhere. He's... crap.
That is a really good look of how shallow he's fishing. Look at all that dirt he's kicking up.
That's about the
big one right there for Gary Klaus. That's the biggest one by far of the day. Gary Klaus said, I'm worried that I cleaned this area out on day number one. Not the case.
Well, he took 3 in that size range out of there yesterday for sure. That's what anchored that big 25-pound plus bag that he had.
Went in as a 6-pounder, gives him 35 and 4 ounces.
Wow. Like you say, Z, that place looks so different than any other spot we're looking at today. It's really incredible. There are many ways to get it done here.
And if you look at what he's throwing at, Tommy, seeing those little isolated patches of bull rushes, that's Florida 101. I just don't know in that region that he's at, that lake that he's in, I don't know how much of that cover there is for him and if they can reload for another 2 days.
It does look pretty sparse in there. We can't see what's behind him and in front of him, but boy, it's a big area, a little bit of cover.
Brown.
Did you see how clear that water was where Klaus was at?
Yeah, I would say.
I mean,
there he is. Got her. Oh, big one. Big one.
This is a critical fish for him to land.
Ain't that big. Coming to you, coming to you. Nah, she ain't that big. Not as big as I thought she was. But boy, the way she freaking peeled out of there, I thought it was a freaking big one. Did you see that? Golly. What if I put my scale? There you go.
You feel like any one of these hook sets today is going to be an absolute giant 8 to 10 pounder like we got to see after our midday break yesterday. It's coming.
They're here. They live here, that's for sure. Big fish number 3 for Derek Hudnall to go with a 3.5 and a 2.5. Already has in the boat. And even with those added in, he's still got about a 4 pound, actually more than a 4 pound, almost a 5 pound deficit to our leader. And we just saw him catch that 6 pounder that put him out there in that 5 pound lead. Gary Klaus. So Klaus started the day with the lead, and he is back on top right now as he kind of got things churned up and going there in his special spot. Derek Hudnall, Mark Menendez got to visit with him. That was great. We got plenty more visitors coming up after the break.
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Hope you're having a great Friday. We're enjoying it here on Bassmaster Live. Having a great day. Second day of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite on the St. John's River. Got some great, tight competition at the top of the leaderboard. Got some big names, got some new faces. We got this with Derek Hudnall. Let's get back out to him. Saw him catch
there he is.
About a 2 pounder a little bit ago.
He's 12. He don't weigh anything, but he's 12.
Well, taking a look right there at, that is a live look at Matt Herron, not that far from Derek Hudnall. They're a lot more separated on day one. You just feel like as many males as Hudnall's caught, and you can throw Herron in there too. Everything he's caught looked like pretty much males earlier this morning. It is going to be one crack of the bat. You cannot have that many males shallow in the state of Florida and there not be some giants in the area.
They started the day with Herron a good ways further back in that particular little area. Sort of working their way toward each other. Unintentionally. In case you're just picking up with us, Derek Hudnall started this day in second place. He's currently in second place. Got the giant yesterday, the biggest one of all. On day one, 9.5 pounds to make the Phoenix big fish of the day, big bass of the day.
Gonna idle up to this point, guys, and fish the front.
Would have liked to seen that 9-pounder on a spinning rod yesterday.
I bet that was grab-tastic.
And that bank grass, you look to the left of your screen, Hudnall said, that bank grass has been the major key on this flat. All of his big ones have come right off the edge of that bank grass.
They're usually way bigger. The thing had shoulders.
Carl Jocumsen.
Boy, you want to see it.
No.
You know, for Bassmaster Live viewers that have maybe not followed the Bassmasters when we have Florida events, and this is new to them, what's different about these tournaments down here compared to like when we go to Fort Loudon or a lot of the next events on the Bassmaster Elite Series, you see a lot more running around. In a Florida tournament, these guys get in an area and basically squat almost all day long and just pick certain areas of this system apart. You just don't see as much running around in Florida as you do other places in the country.
Carl's got 3 in the boat, 3 solid ones, but looking for that big one. Matt Herron, just the size, has not shown up for him today. He's just got 5 little ones.
Well, he has lived with a topwater bait today.
That young Lawrence. Sitting there. I ain't got crap for weight, man.
Sort that one out, find out which one stays, which one leaves. Beautiful spot these guys are fishing here, him and Derek Hudnall. So we're going to check back in with them, with Carl Jocumsen, Gary Klaus, and all the rest when we come back after this.
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Getting close to midday here, halfway through the fishing day, close to that. Been a lot more fishing this morning than yesterday, that is for sure, and we have seen a lot more. What we've seen a lot of is the man who started with the lead today, Gary Klaus. We saw him catch a 6-pounder within the last 20 minutes or so.
Kind of seems like he's rotated through a bladed jig.
Well, I've been here an hour and I got 3,
one.
so don't feel terrible about it. I've got 1 good one. 2 little ones. They're not biting as fast as they were yesterday, but then I'm fishing slower, so I don't really know if it's me or them. I had one bite right there in that clump. I don't know if it was a little one or what it was. Something took my cricket. Sure would like to get one on that thing. That'd be fun. Two years ago, going home, I was watching Bass Live. Clifford Perch was fishing up on the lake when they were really biting up on the lake good that year. And he caught a 7-pounder, a 9-pounder, something big on a whopper plopper. That was such an exciting, I was talking to him yesterday about it. It was such a really exciting fish catch. I'd like to do that right here. But I need to catch a couple more big ones for sure. It's just such a sensitive area back here that's so shallow. You have to make perfect cast, seems like, to get a bite, and I'm not doing a very good job of that today.
It is time, boys and girls. Oh, yes. Hey, Mr. Klaus, Mr. Phoenix Boats, guess what you are early in the 2021 season? Well, Tommy Sanders, Gary Klaus making the longest run of any of our field right now, getting away from the pack and getting it done. This is where all of his damage was done on day number 1, catching a 25-pound bag. I believe he's running almost to Miami, my friend.
No, that's
hey, Gary Klaus, great job today. Kind of bouncing around. We were just talking about it between a bladed jig and an Ultra Vibe style plastic worm. Isolated bull rushes, a lot of fish setting up to spawn. Very clear, shallow water. Hey, Gary Klaus, you are the Power Pole replay of the day, my friend. Bringing it, and bringing it often.
That was forceful.
Thank you. It's just, here, listen, man. I can tell you, Such's BFAs, they had a lot of pop, flare, and sizzle. I'm just trying to hold serve.
I hear you.
Gary Klaus, you are the Power Pole replay of the day.
It's good stuff right there.
Thank you. I didn't feel like it was good at all, actually. I think it was terrible.
No, it was accurate. You know, look how far south he is. How far upstream.
And here's the thing,
it's
Tommy.
probably the farthest I've ever seen someone fish in the St. Johns River Elite event.
The other thing is, you see those isolated bull rushes like right there to the right of your screen. That these fish in this lake obviously do not have a lot to set up on. So whatever's offered is what he's catching them on. I'd love to see a drone shot of how much of that there is in this lake, because that will tell you if this will sustain for another couple days.
So much more of it back in 2019. I think both Johnston brothers were fishing clumps of grass like this that seemed to be way more plentiful back then.
Yes.
Bottom don't seem quite the same here.
We hadn't covered Gary in the top 5 before, and we do our calls after the weigh-in. And Tommy, you and I were texting back and forth last night. And I was asking Gary just for some basic information for the Bassmaster Live viewers, and he was very concerned on where is this information going? And when is it going to be?
We want it close to the vest. We want to play it close to the vest.
I would say it was very tight to the vest, and our conversation lasted, I'm going to say, looking at my cell phone, it lasted for 13 seconds, and we were done.
Who's got time to waste these days? He did express to you confidence in this place, though, right? He was impressed with this place.
Obviously. I mean, he really, when you catch 25 pounds in 45 minutes, you don't have a fishing hole. And he said, look, I think I'm on the winning area because I'm left alone. But the other side of it, he says, I truly don't know what's in here because I didn't press it. I didn't press it in practice. And he obviously fishing less than an hour didn't press it very hard yesterday.
This, as we've mentioned already today.
About 2 hours left to fish.
Gary fishing his 100th Bassmaster event, and as you say, Arizona, he is a tournament junkie, but for him, well, his association with the Bassmasters, well, that's something that's been very, very important. And Gary will be the first one to tell you it's changed his life.
I still have the first Bassmaster issue I ever bought. I bought it off the newsstand, and I bought it in 1974. Picking up that magazine and joining Bass, reading about those guys, my boyhood heroes, Ricky Clunn, Larry Nixon, a host of others, that changed my life. But I think there are defining moments in people's lives, and I think that was one of them. For me to be a Bassmaster, it defines who I am.
Well, he is one of the faces of the sport of bass fishing, that is for sure. A big-time guy in the business of the sport and in the tournament fishing part as well. We'll be back with more with Gary and all the rest here on the
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Got some good competition going on among the 99 anglers. The full field for 2021 for the Bassmaster Elite Series expanded this year by about 15%. 13 new anglers in the mix here. New in just status only, many of them very familiar to all of us. Gary Clouse, the man on the right, with the lead right now, about a 4-pound lead over Derek Hudnall, who's added one more smaller fish to his live well to cut into that lead just a tiny bit.
You notice how far Clouse stays off of. He's getting a lot of bites, but just how far he'll stay off of these isolated patches of bulrushes.
And Z, they can't be pressured, not nearly as much as anywhere else in the St. Johns River.
Oh, totally agree. I mean, I think that's why he's in the position he's in.
Boom, boom,
you know, looking at that, it honestly looks like Okeechobee style stuff. It's just a lot shallower.
Which to me, I feel like it would be peculiar that they would be so skittish if they're not pressured as much. You know what I'm saying? But it's kind of like maybe it's less the pressure and more the stage that the fish are in, the fact that they're moving up and that's why they're skittish, but not pressure. But everywhere else, they seem like they're getting right up on top of them.
I think a lot of that too is just, boy, when you watch him hit that trolling motor, he'll totally throw up a cloud of dirt. I mean, he is skinny water. But I think you guys are right. I don't think we've ever covered, of all the St. John's tournaments that we have covered, I don't think we've ever covered anybody in this area of the St. John's.
I can't recall it if we have.
I mean, we saw some of the farthest we've seen. 2014, I guess, Chris Lane, as far down as he went. Last year with Walters and some of those guys going down to Dexter and Woodruff, but this is even, beyond that.
And that generally was about, the limit.
Man, that's a good looking spot right there.
Plus, this includes another 3 to 5 mile idle zone.
Get my worm right in that little crevice.
Watley in 2019 was kind of down.
Yep.
Toward that, but not that far. Not that far.
There. I can get, there we go.
Come on. Gosh, he called that. Totally called that fish.
It wasn't the right size, but I guess it's bigger than some of them I got in there. Since I've only got 3. That'll be the smallest one I got for sure, I believe. 4. 3 of them I need to get rid of. Yeah, there's a big one in there with it. That's about one of the best clumps in here, really. Best looking, anyway.
Size of that bass. I don't know if you can see it there, but an 8-pounder. I don't know if it was on a bed or not.
Surprisingly slow day for Corey Johnston.
I believe I fished better yesterday when the camera wasn't on me. I wonder what that's all about.
Okay.
And we got Derek Hudnall about 4 pounds back, and Gary Klaus here, and bunched up right behind it's Mark Menendez, Brian New, and Hank Cherry holding his own today. We talked to him earlier. He's got 15, almost 16 pounds.
And of all the anglers that we have cameras with, or don't even, anglers we don't have cameras with, Klaus knows he's against the clock.
That's right.
You heard him say about 15 minutes ago, I got 2 hours.
It's going to do the damage, I guess. It's a big worm and just be done with it.
But if he connects with one more big one, he'll be in pretty darn good shape going into day 3.
Yeah, he'll have a good outlook for the weekend for sure.
Yes. What shallow is Gary Klaus is fishing. It almost reminds you, Tommy, of, I'm going to hit the Wayback Machine. You ready?
Yeah.
Back when we used to fish, or when we used to cover the Redfish Cup days. You look at this spawn and flat that Gary Klaus is on. It's where he did all of his damage yesterday. Still on pace for a solid bag today, anchored by this one right here.
Definitely a special place away from everyone else and a unique look to it. Gary Klaus starts the day with the lead, maintains that lead a long way from the weigh-in back in Palatka.
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Rolling up on midday here, we got anglers out there fishing hard, giving it everything they've got. If you want to fish tomorrow, you better leave nothing on the table today. Gary Klaus, upper left, started the day with the lead. He's currently in first place right now. Matt Herron catching a lot of them that size today, and maybe even a little bit smaller.
Yo! You keep tearing up my bugs, man. How many folks you reckon we could have fed on that tilapia? I bet you we could have fed 4. I don't think I ever seen one that big.
Yeah, that's what it is. I thought so.
Pitched in there in that old grass, and it just did that.
Yeah.
And I,
Let's
there's
get
old
out of here. I
big
think
right
that's
there.
all that's here.
Yeah, boy. We got them schooling under that patch of reeds over there.
Great to have Davey Height where we could talk to him today. It was a little hard to find him yesterday. He was following the action, getting back where it was going on, but it was so far back in the wilderness. It looks a little more civilized where you are right now, Davey.
Yes, a lot better here, and good to be able to hear you guys and talk to you guys. So I wanted to point out something this real obvious in this tournament. You see Gary Klaus and Derek Hudnall, they're fishing back in these big spawning flats, that extremely shallow water that not many people are pressuring, the locals or the other tournament anglers. But a lot of the anglers are fishing these man-made canals. And if Ashley can zoom in here on my map, you see the river here, and we're sitting in 30 feet of water, and there's bait and some fish out in the river you see here on my 2D sonar. Well, you look back over here at the map, and you see these fish spend a lot of the year out in the river itself, 30 feet deep when the bait's out there. But when they want to spawn, all they have to do is move into these man-made canals. And you see they are a dime a dozen in this area, and a lot of anglers are here. Those big females will be out here and suspended over this deeper water and just transition right in those man-made canals. And they'll do it literally in a couple hours. They can move from out here over 20 or 30 feet of water, swim 50 yards, and be in one of those man-made canals around a boat dock or around those isolated lily pads. So it's just real easy access for these fish. These fish will replenish a lot better than the places like Gary Klaus and Derek Hudnall are fishing, because those fish have to swim a long way to get around those clumps of vegetation they want to spawn. So these fish replenish a lot quicker, but they're getting pressured. So you have that dilemma of, do I want to fish in an area that's not going to replenish as good and have it to myself, or only 1 or 2 other anglers fishing it with me, or do I want to go in these canals? And you see anglers doing both. We'll see which turns out. But these areas, keep in mind, we go to midday break and come back an hour or so later, fish can move in these places just within 30 minutes or an hour's time.
Davey, rewinding time to when Lake George had all that vegetation and when 99% of the field would fish in Lake George. In your opinion, if you look at the vicinity of the leaders, a lot of them are close to Lake George, obviously not in it. Do you feel a lot of that population has spread itself out into the little tributaries, at least within a couple miles of the lake itself?
Yeah, Z, that's certainly a lot of it, but Lake George has changed so much over just the last few years. Just a few years back, there was so much eelgrass, so much, there was even some hydrilla, you had lily pads, and now very, very little vegetation in the lake itself. Those fish want to spawn around a piece of cover. Typically, they want to spawn around something, hard bottom, a rock, a stump, a lily pad, stem, that sort of thing. But they really love to spawn around the eelgrass, and there's just not any there now. So those fish migrate. They want to be around cover for several reasons, for their protection and also for the fry when they're hatched to be around something for their protection also. So a lot of these fish are migrating from the lake into those spring areas and those areas that have the vegetation. Drew Benton is in an area I know very well. He fished there some last year. I don't have service to be with him right now, but I know the area well. And the big key there is good, clean water, and you have that vegetation. The lake itself has a dark red color, and you need light penetration for that vegetation to be able to grow. So I don't think there's any out in the lake. Those fish do live in the lake quite a bit, but when they want to spawn, they want to get around that shallow water cover, and they really love that clean water.
Davey, thank you so much. We'll be looking for those big ones. We'll take you literally. Hope some big ones move up during the midday break, and we'll be checking those canals. We'll be checking everywhere we possibly can right now. Let's check in with Corey Johnston, who's had sort of an uncharacteristically slow day.
Corey Johnston, one of those areas connected to Lake George. A lot of springs on the west and southwest side of Lake George, bringing in cleaner water like Davey was talking about. Small male right there for Corey Johnston.
Baby.
So just two keepers halfway through his day for Corey Johnston, but that can change very quickly. Popular gathering place right there on the St. Johns River. We'll kind of stay away from that for you. As much as we can. Gary Klaus finding himself all by himself down there, finding himself remaining in the lead. Derek Hudnall, Brian New, Hank Cherry, now moving up steadily up the leaderboard today. Lots of stories going on out there. Plenty more to bring you, lots of news, lots of pictures. We'll be right back.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. Johns River is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Berkley.
Well, with about 4 hours of fishing under their belt on this day number 2 of 4 days of competition at the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite, that's the way our leaderboard shapes up right now. Gary Klaus, a good solid lead ahead of Hudnall and New right there. Brian New, probably the biggest bag of the day, 18 pounds plus. Hank Cherry moving up there. Gussie, Jeff Gustafson, one of our international anglers in the mix there. One of the Drews, Drew Cook, was up in the top 10 for a little while. Buddy Gross, we spent a lot of time with yesterday, talked to him. Harold Swindle, Brad Watley, another guy who put in a good performance here in years past on the St. Johns River. Cliff Prince, the real true local, the Palatka native in there. John Cox, a little bit better today, it looks like, than he did yesterday. Frank Talley, our winner last year at Guntersville. Clint Davis, Jason Christie, having a better day today. A lot of guys really pedaling hard, trying to make it into that top 50. It's so important. I mean, you don't get many days out here. Boy, if you can make a good one on day number 2, you can do yourself a lot of good.
Really think looking at that leaderboard right there, the two interesting things in the top 10, number one being Brian New, rookie to the Bassmaster Elite Series, and the other one, Keith Combs, who, Tommy, you know, I got to spend the entire offseason with Keith Combs down in Texas. Barely missing our 2021 Classic.
You invited.
And of all the year, you know, as many years as we've covered Keith Combs, definitely his worst season being 2020, you could tell that bothered him not making the Bassmaster Classic, especially in his home state.
Mm-hmm.
Having a good tournament here, which he's got a lot of good history here. Not last year, but years past.
Well, you would figure the way things are kind of setting up now, he could be a guy to do something a little tiny bit different and just really go to town on this place.
You know, we were talking about the Gronk. Yeah. It's weird. There's a weird similarity between Corey Johnston.
Wait a minute now.
No, that's in a good way. Primetime performer in many, many ways.
Yes, absolutely, yeah. An imposing figure. Cut line 50 for this one. Last year it was 40. It's our expanded field. Top 50 are going to go and fish on Saturday, day number 3 of this tournament. John Cruz, as it stands right now, is a man atop the bubble. Kelly J had a good tournament here last year. Boy, it's a kind of a different deal this time around.
And
don't do that.
if you rewind to yesterday after our midday break, that is when the Giants of the St. Johns River, well, they done showed up, Tommy Sanders. And I kind of look for a replay of that here on day number 2.
Oh, I'm with you on right on that. Gary Klaus. All the rest of them are going to be looking to score big. Gary's going to have to score big pretty quickly after if he wants to improve on his already good limit and leading limit so far. Different travel schedules for all of these guys, and they all have the same agenda, though. Make it into that top 50. We'll be back after our midday break to bring it all to you.
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. Johns River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Day 2 action at one of the most important events of the year. There are 9 of them. They're all very, very important that make up the 2021 Bassmaster Elite Series. What a beautiful spot here. The St. Johns River, so many different atmospheres here. We got 3,200 lakes by some estimates. We've got dug canals, natural canals, little inlets, giant flats, big lakes, small lakes, ponds, and so forth. It's an amazing spot. And Gary Klaus is the one who has had dominion over it so far in this tournament. This guy took the lead yesterday with an excellent 25 pounds plus. And he has managed to hang on to it. Derek Hudnall started the day in second place. Derek Hudnall is still in second place today. Brian New having joined the party. Cliff Prince having moved up since last we saw you. Carl Jochimson holding his own there. We're holding our own, and we're getting ready to hold forth for another 3 hours of Bassmaster Live here. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. We got the whole team in place. We got some great anglers on the way today, and we'll wait to see what the afternoon brings. After the midday break yesterday, we saw some very, very big things. And Mark Zona, I think we're all kind of expecting, hoping for, anyway, a replay of that.
I would say so, Tommy, and really, like you said, a lot of big ones later in the day yesterday, typical Florida fishing. And the one thing to really take away from this morning, Gary Klaus, our day 1 leader, he was concerned that he may have fished that area out, and he didn't want to talk about that area too much. And now that we got to get a good look at what he's doing, where he's doing it, I think his concern is very fair. I don't know. We don't know that region of the St. Johns, and it obviously does not seem like it has reloaded like a few of the other areas right now on the St. Johns. I think the two names to keep your eye on right now is Cliff Prince, who is clawing and scratching to stay in the top 5, and it is always serious matter when Drew Benton is in the top 10 in the state of Florida.
Boy, he is just an awesome sight fisherman. All these guys are so tremendous, but just having a special set of skills for certain parts of the country certainly seems to play big here. It has throughout history, Mark Zona.
You know, and really I think the other story in here is Derek Hudnall. Derek Hudnall primarily was left alone yesterday, close to Matt Herron, but not really close, if that makes sense. He had his own little 300-yard stretch. They got a little bit close today. Can that flat feed that half mile of shoreline that Hudnall's concentrating on? Because he by far got the most bites this morning, exponentially over anybody else in our top 5.
Any chance you think that this might be the year that the canals prevail? We talked to Davey. He's of the opinion that they are probably the best reloading of all, but are the numbers there sufficiently to carry for 4 days?
Do I think that the man-made ones will?
Yeah.
No, I don't. I think it's going to come down to one of those natural ones, and but we'll see.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot this afternoon. A lot to see. We got 3 hours of fishing on the way. We got our full team in place here. Ronnie and Such, Ronnie Moore, Mike Such-Sukon, and Ronnie. So many numbers to look at, and you're even more fastidious than before. You're writing them all down. You're analyzing. You're crunching the numbers. What kind of results are you seeing?
I'm seeing numbers that aren't even there, Tommy. That's how many numbers I have going on right now.
I am too.
No, right there. But we are seeing some jumps and leaps in the leaderboards. And if Gary Klaus isn't going to have much time to fish each day, those 6-pounders that he's caught will be crucial. Like we said, Derek Hudnall caught a limit right before our midday break, and that is such a pressure reliever because his run isn't as far as Gary's. But it's great to have a limit and ensure that, hey, I don't have to rush back and push it. Because yesterday, uncharacteristically, we had 2 to 5 anglers. I don't know exactly. 2 mentioned it, but it could have been more that were actually late to weigh in and lost pounds in a crucial weight event because they were late. So we'll watch that as well, the push to make it back.
And Such, what crucial nugget are we overlooking here?
I'm looking at the guys who are moving up. The Jeff Gustafson, Zona mentioned, Drew Benton. They were in the 40s. And Keith Combs, they got 17-pound bags. They're right there knocking in top 10. And then there's a guy like Pat Schlapper, our nation champion, who is 80th. He's trying to get inside the cut right now. He's got a decent bag going. Let's see what he can get it done and who else climbs inside.
All right, we'll be looking at all of that. How about we take a look at our Humminbird of the lake here, Mark Zona, and look at Gary Klaus and how far he is from everyone else. And we go up the lake. You see how far Gary was down there? Well, that may be as far as we've seen anyone in the modern era fishing a Bassmaster event down there. And we move on up and find Luke Palmer, Quentin Capo, all of those anglers. Still a good many of them below Lake George. As we approach Lake George, it seems like the tributaries in this day and age are more important. The close ones, the close connecting canals, waterways, main river are very, very important this time around in 2021. Derek Hudnall right there. We spent a lot of time with him today. You go up and find John Cox, Stetson Blaylock, Chris Groh, all the rest here. This giant Lake George, 45,000 acres, bigger than some of the impoundments that we fish entire tournaments on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Cliff Prince, Mark Zona mentioned, we've got to keep our eye on Cliff Prince today. He sort of stays under the radar pretty good because he moves more than most people typically do around here. The Palatka native knows so many different places
Rodman
to fish
as well.
here.
We got to see a couple guys in Rodman yesterday. We'll see how many make it to tomorrow and maybe be in our top 10 on camera coverage if somebody from Rodman excels.
Let's take a look at Corey Johnston right here. Started up in our top 10, actually the top 5, and currently down in 22nd place.
Exactly, Tommy, and really Corey Johnston, it has been slightly painful. Southwest corner of Lake George, one of the natural canals. Got a couple keeper bites that he has definitely seen some big ones, and he has seen some big ones go in other live wells in this canal. Drew Benton has crushed them.
Well, here's one just moments ago. A little bit better one, maybe.
Gotcha. Oh, yeah.
Needed that one bad. Nice fish.
Corey Johnston now on the move a little bit, up in his size, and now we get to Cliff Prince. The aforementioned Cliff Prince. We're going to try to keep up with him as much as we can this afternoon.
Exactly, and really kind of what he put on the scales yesterday with Mercer, I think it surprised every one of us on Bassmaster Live because we kind of had him down in the 30s or 40s, and Cliff Prince made the comment he did not get to scratch the surface of his water from Palatka up north.
Tommy, it's interesting to see somebody who, a lot of these guys are leaning on spawning fish, and they will when they come to Florida, and how a Floridian who knows this body of water is really going to rely on those pre-spawn ones because they seem to be more consistent for him.
Yeah, he's put in the hours. I mean, he's certainly got a lot of data to base his decision on for sure. Matt Herron.
Exactly, Matt Herron fishing south of Lake George, predominantly living with a double prop top water bait, Devil's Horse style lure. And rewinding back to Cliff Prince, the one thing you can say, Ronnie, we have not seen another competitor around Cliff Prince this entire tournament. And I'll go as far as to say, we've never seen another competitor around Cliff Prince in any St. John's event.
That bodes well for my fantasy team that he's fishing all alone. But
Hey, and that's what matters.
We mentioned it. All of those different baits that he uses, totally different. And sometimes you either have to use a different bait or fish even slower, like Carl Jacobson's fishing so slow today.
Carl Jacobson really, predominantly everything he caught was in the mouth of these man-made canals. He said there were so many anglers on day one going to the back, looking for easier sight fish to catch. Carl Jacobson was trying to intercept them as they were coming in, but a little bit later this morning, we started to see Carl fade towards the back where he did actually a lot of his damage earlier today.
Get in here. Yes, it's almost the same size, 2.5.
And you know, if you really look at what a lot of the guys that we're covering today, they're really just, they're lacking that one giant fish bite from having a huge stringer.
Yes. Fish him out of me.
Most of Carl's fish along that size range. He's just under 10 pounds unofficially, according to Bass Track. Derek Hudnall, of course, caught the giant yesterday, the Phoenix Big Bass at 9.5 pounds.
There she is.
Yeah, and Derek Hudnall said late yesterday, and that's what we're really wanting to see today. He said late yesterday afternoon, about 1:30 to 2 o'clock, there were so many big ones pushing shallow off of this flat.
Number 2.
Hudnall made the comment he could actually see them pushing water. Lost a couple key ones earlier today.
A little run of swings and misses and fish that came off.
Even sight fished up a bowfin. Probably not one that he did. He didn't want to catch that shoe pick, but he did.
Yeah, that's, you know, being a Louisiana guy, he's probably caught a share of them.
There we go. A little more like it right there.
Missile Baits 48 wacky rig.
Ow.
Saw him keep a topwater honest. This is one that we did not see.
Z, it's so interesting how all of those canals and man-made places up in Weelacca above Lake George factored last year, and how this year no one's there and they're all in the ones down below where Astor is. Is it the southerly region of it? That's the region you got to be in. It's amazing how they're all grouped up there.
And we talked about that, you know, that there was going to be a region that was going to fire, and obviously the southern end of Lake George and south of there, Gary Klaus running further than anybody. And the only thing watching Klaus so far today is there's only been one real quality bite compared to what he put on the scales yesterday. But the good thing is he has been left all alone entirely here on day number 2. And you say that, though, there was so much damage done yesterday, Ronnie, between 1 and 2:30. Gary Klaus is going to be running during that time today.
Talk about a terrible job of landing the fish. Goodness.
And that's one of those things, when the getting's good, Tommy, you got to get it. And he had a 3.5 pound lead over second, a 7.5 pound lead over third. He now doesn't have to have 25 a day unless it becomes a shootout. Having 25 a day, 25 on half a day gives him a little bit of breathing room, but you don't want to let that go after day 1.
Yeah.
You want to have that chain going into day 3, maybe a little bit going into day 4 to be caught.
And of course, you know, everybody's got their opinion on whether that place is going to hold up, if they're going to replenish enough in there to sustain Gary Klaus.
What say you, Tommy?
Well, I think a wily veteran like him has something similar up his sleeve somewhere. I've just got to think that. He probably thinks about all the contingencies.
And you got to think, normally, Z, Tommy, if you catch 25 3/4 pounds at the St. Johns River, that's a great bag. You may begin to practice around a little, and the day that he did that, he wasn't able to because it was a short day that he had to run straight back.
Right.
So on a normal day, he might have made it halfway back and explored other areas to see, but he didn't. He leaned on it and had to leave and didn't get to adjust anywhere else and see kind of find new areas in case that runs out.
Yeah, when you're already spotting everybody 3 hours in travel time, or a lot of people 3 hours in travel time, that limits your prospecting.
But you look at what Klaus has as far as a lead over Hudnall and what Hudnall has over Brian New, third place down. Boy, we've learned that here on the St. John's. That is nothing. That is a bite, is all that is.
Corey Johnston having moved up about 6 or 7 spots there based on that last catch.
Do we still have him on 4 fish?
Yes, we do.
Z, we posed this to Such. Do you think a 10-pounder will get caught?
Yes, I do.
I'm with you.
Nice.
Yeah, Johnson's last fish was a 4. It equaled his first 3 fish of the day, so he needs to find the big ones.
I still think there will be a 10, and I have to say, I still think we're going to see a 30-pound bag.
That's where we differ, Z. I just don't know.
I know.
I have to be different so that I can. One of us has to be right and wrong, and sometimes I'll be right, and I can have that on my resume, once. Just like that time
You'd write that on your resume. I
Yeah.
was right over Mark Zona once.
Yeah, exactly.
Once.
Yeah.
On this point.
I don't know what kind of job that'll get me, but
This fish right here, guys, it's got a wheel. She's giving me 3 opportunities. She's just not grabbing the whole bait. She's grabbing the tail or by its side and just, I still haven't got a real good look at her. But she ain't no baby. I can't see the bed. I can just see her every now and again.
You can see Derek Hudnall's set up on what he says is a pretty big one.
He was mentioning this morning, the sun was too low for him to get a good look at these fish, but now he should be able to see what there is to see. Do have a little scattered clouds, but plenty of sunshine.
about to say that's when it bites, is when you look back to see who's running by you, is when it yanks the rod out of your hand.
And that's okay.
Yeah.
You notice he doesn't go through, when a lot of the sight fishermen we cover, they'll go through a dozen rods, tons of different soft plastics. He's a one bullet guy. He's lived with that Missile Bait 48 really this whole tournament and other tournaments we've covered him in.
There's another one up there.
Now, you said this morning, Z, you thought he would circle back to some of those fish who have already bit his bait earlier today. You think that's a possibility?
100%.
Okay.
100%. And I also think that flat over his left-hand shoulder, I guarantee that if there's anything out there for them to spawn on, they probably spawn on that flat also. But you have to imagine, this is when he did his damage yesterday. You have to imagine that there are going to be, with this weather, there has to be more fish coming to that stretch of the bank.
Got to take ourselves a quick break here, but we're going to keep the camera on Derek Hudnall. You can bet on that. Watching a lot of things, a lot of stories playing out here today on day number 2. You got to be in the top 50 if you want to fish tomorrow. And then have a chance to fish on the final day, be among the top 10 with a real chance to grab hold of that trophy. Boy, it's a big event. It's the number 1 event of the year so far. It's all we've got, and we are loving it.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury. And by Nitro Boats.
Effectively, at most, 2.5 hours fishing time left for our anglers out there when you figure in their travel time. All the rest of it, Gary Klaus is doing a lot of traveling today, and he's got the lead for sure. A couple of pounds over Derek Hudnall, who has got a good margin ahead of number 3, Brian New. Brian New was charging early, still's got one of the best limits of the day. Cliff Prince in there. Cliff making his move up the board. Carl Jochimson sort of hanging on, holding serve. Like around 10 pounds for today, but he knows he's got to have one of those big ones. He wants to position himself the way he'd like to be for the weekend.
Uh-oh.
Hey.
Tommy Sanders, let's take a look at the Mercury move of the day. And it's literally a move. Taking a look at the run that Gary Klaus is making from our takeoff there in Palatka all the way through Lake George, Astor, and you can see Dexter, Woodruff. Literally, he is running all the way down just about to the town of DeLand, Florida. Gary Klaus is the Mercury move of the day because he has basically outrun the rest of the field. Taking a look at his fish catches, a little bit slower than yesterday. He was loaded up with 5-pounders. He has one big bite that he caught at 9.57, a solid 6. We're going to say it might weigh a little bit more than that, but making that run, getting away from the crowd, catching his 5, and he's going to be on his way back soon. That is your Mercury move of the day.
Yep. You figure with the no wake zones, all the things he's got to do. You know, it may not be but about 60 miles, but that's a good hour and a half's worth of time. He's got each way.
Yeah. Going to get back out to Corey Johnston right now. Slowly gaining a little bit of momentum.
Z, I looked at the maps, and Greg DePalma might be going a little further south than Klaus. He is close to the 44 bridge. He caught that at 7-11 yesterday. He only had 3 fish.
Oh, it's in the trolling motor. Ugly.
What was going on there?
Was in the mouth. We will confirm that.
Legal catch.
What do you think?
It's like he set the hook Z and the thing went straight towards the trolling motor and he didn't get his line out of the way in time.
Did you get it? Soaked. It's wrapped in trolling motor.
I think that fish, definitely, Ronnie. I think it was wrapped in his trolling motor somehow.
Limit fish should get him back in the top 10.
Yeah, better than his average fish so far, just like the last one we saw him catch. Caught 18 pounds yesterday, and he's got a ways to go to.
And I don't know how many other people's in that canal, but talking about Corey Johnston, Drew Benton, and I know we saw a couple other boats in there, Ronnie. Those are some bad dudes dividing fish in the same area.
That's the hard thing, it seems, is you got to catch them when you can catch them, but you don't know if the next wave's coming up, or like Gary Klaus today, if all the 5s were the females and now they're all 1.5 pounders that are the males, and is that your only 10 fish you're going to catch?
And to know if, does it reload good? You know, does it have a population of 2.5 to 3.5 pound fish? It seems they're either big or they're not where Gary Klaus is.
12:30. Didn't even get in here to 2:05 yesterday. Of course, I had a 4 o'clock check-in yesterday too.
4 o'clock check-in yesterday for Hudnall means he is first flight today, checking in at 3 o'clock.
Gosh, I'd love to call one more time before I get out of here. Got a couple of places I want to hit.
And Corey Johnston said he basically sight fished all day. Yeah, well, and it was a short all day yesterday.
Yeah.
He said that is all he did. So many giants swimming in there Tuesday. We talked about it earlier today. He said there was a 40-pound bag potential in there Tuesday.
Corey is just
he is on
doing
high bypass.
A quick march here through that canal. Let's get a little additional coverage here of B&W Trailer Hitches. Extra coverage with Keith Combs. Keith Combs having a little bit better day today, Keith, and what would you attribute that to? And is it a change of address or a change of plans?
Hey, Tommy, how you doing?
Good, man.
No, it's just been a really good day. You know, yesterday was short, and we had to really scramble around just to make sure we caught a limit. Today, just kind of doing the same type of stuff. Caught a lot of them in, canals and things like that. Got off to a good start, caught a good one this morning, and just kind of ran with that. And we're actually, filled out a limit. Now we're kind of loosened up and trying to do some things to catch a couple big fish, and that's worked out pretty well. I think it's just getting better every day. I think is what's happening. The water's a lot warmer, and some of the stretches that I'm going back and checking today are places where I practice, and I've caught them in previous years on St. John. In the practice, I couldn't get bit there, but the fact that we got a good bag today is allowing us to go back and check some of those stretches, and the fish are showing up.
Keith, is this one of those tournaments where you feel like the weights could improve as we actually get to Championship Sunday?
I think maybe tomorrow. I know Fred's coming in, and I really like one area where I guess just kind of getting in there and just fishing, not necessarily sight fishing. I think a guy's just going to have to be able to change with the conditions and say, well, that looks right today, and go do that. I think that's going to, some of the canals, there's 3 boats, and I mean, the whole population is going to get depleted. I don't think those type of but the guy who can kind of find them in a lake or a wider stretch of river where you have more options, I think he can possibly catch them bigger every day, but you're going to have to be very open-minded, I think.
All right, Keith. Well, thank you very much. I know you've got limited time left today, and best of luck to keeping on that path that you've been on for all of day number 2. Keith Combs making a big move up the leaderboard.
Oh, yeah.
Into our top 5.
Guarantee
Made that move pretty early today.
Yeah. Odd fish catch right there from Corey Johnston, but in the boat. And as I was saying, I guarantee you coming off rough 2020 season. Combs very happy with his start here at the St. John's.
Yeah, that was an atypical 2020 for Keith Combs there. Sort of looking for him to rebound big time.
Corey really did look like a linebacker right there with how he tried to handle that dainty situation, Z.
A winger in hockey, Ronnie. A winger.
Okay. Yes.
50 is the number to keep in mind. That's the word we're thinking about as we get closer and closer to weigh-in time. Only the top 50 are going to go and compete tomorrow, the final 2 days of this tournament, if you can make the last day. Shane Lineberger, the first guy we had record a fish on day number 1, is now the man who sits on that cut line. Mike Huff spent a little time in the boat with him last time.
Slow day for Brian Schmidt. Brian Schmidt, we looked for big things with a solid day 1 stringer. Slowing up, as we talked about, Ron Moore, big shifts in your leaderboard and more to come.
All right, yes, plenty more to come. Bassmaster Live, we'll be right back after this.
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Into the afternoon session here, pretty well into it as it stands right now. Day number 2, the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite on the St. John's River. Legendary place. Bassmaster has been here 7 out of the last 10 years. I mean, this along with, of course, Okeechobee and Seminole up to the north part of that's in Florida. Those are the old-time bass destinations for America. I mean, going back way before the Bassmasters even. That was, if you were one of those crazy people who loved to bass fish back in those days before it became as popular as it is now, you went to pretty much one of those 3 places when you made your way down to this section of the country.
Hey, Tommy, I got your 6.
What?
Buddy Gross with a 6-pounder jumped into 3rd place. And now with his second 6-pounder of the day, Clint Davis is 15th from 68th place. How about that move?
Boy, Clint Davis having a bust-out day for sure.
He had 6 pounds yesterday, 5 fish.
Cliff Prince just caught one he's about to put in.
Cliff Prince,
well.
yeah.
Is that a 6, Ronnie?
I hope so. No, it's not.
No, that's
not.
I know it's not.
That's kind of making the move today for sure.
The joy of 6. 6-pounders.
That's pretty good coal, isn't it? Huh?
We do have some photos of Clint Davis yesterday. We'll show you during the fog delay.
That was funny, Ronnie.
When there's a little dinghy boat at the takeoff, and he got in it and was hanging around in it like he was going to use that for his tournament boat yesterday. Oh, pretty funny scene at the takeoff.
We'll take a look. We'll show you that in just a little bit here. That is a good shot right there. Carl Jochimson out of that man-made canal that he spent all the day in. Derek Hudnall still pretty much hanging with that spot. He'll be there or as much as he can till he starts back. He said he did have a couple of other places he wanted to hit real quick on the way home.
Wow, Clint Davis has the biggest bag of the day at 1914. He's got 3 2-pounders in there you can get rid of. Get over 20 very easily.
Eric Hudnall looks like he's got one in his sights right there.
I think the bed's a little bit to the right.
Carl Jochimson limit the boat, but he knows he needs one of those big ones. He's got
right there.
He wants to be right where he wants to be to start the weekend. He's got to get one of those big ones in the boat.
There's something remains to be said about coming to a fishery like we have the St. John, so much history, and every time we come here, it's February or March. So they're doing similar things. But to see so many different areas play, even though it's the same body of water, basically the same season, the same stage of fish, seeing it change. You see the Wielaka canals and the docks and things play. When cabbage was, or when eelgrass was in Lake George, Cabbage Point, you have Rodman factor, sometimes Crescent. Last year above Palatka, now it's as far south as you can get on the. It's
It was
impressive
here yesterday,
how
it was here this morning, and she's gotten extremely tough to catch. Makes it a little harder.
Another 6 from Brandon Palaniuk.
You can't see the bed. So if you can find the bed and find a sweet spot on it, I can let this 48 just sit on it, just like I did that last one. She grabbed it, but she just grabbed the tip of the worm is all she did. If you can find the bed and let it sit there,
Derek Hudnall always does a great job of
aggravate him enough eventually.
walking us through exactly what he's doing. There's a talent to that, absolutely, and Derek is all over it today. Again, he's going to spend as much time as he can in there, and he said he wants to hit a couple more places on the way back. And Ronnie Moore is here at the Screen of Knowledge. And Ronnie, I don't know what you're going to get into today, but I know you got a picture to show us. You promised us that.
I got to keep you on your toes. Maybe
Yeah.
we'll show some John Cox hair at some point this weekend as well.
We can always use a little
those
of that.
photos are on the iPad as well. But no, Tommy, we wanted to jump in and do some Rapala Bassmaster fantasy fishing and whatnot, and also some stats, kind of putting in perspective day one at the St. John's. Normally, limits aren't a guarantee in Florida, but at the St. John's catching 5 12-inch fish, that's relatively standard procedure. You're going to have 85 to 100%. But yesterday, only 4 hours of fishing maximum. That's not including the run time. 54 of our 99 anglers caught a limit. So 55% of the field caught a limit yesterday. The average fish only 2 1/4. That outweighs, some of those guys bringing in those 7 8-pounders, but they're accompanied by 1s and 2s in their live well and their limit. That's why the average drops down there. The big bass of 9-8 by Derek Hudnall. Every year we've been at the St. John's River, it's been a 10-plus pounder to take home the Phoenix Boats Big Bass Honors. A 9.5, will that stand? That's the deal. What's crazy is that is more than the cut weight for making the day 2 cut. You normally double it and subtract a pounder. So yesterday, unofficially, it was above the cut line itself, that single fish. The biggest bag, obviously, is the day 1 leader, 25-12 for Gary Klaus. And what that equates to in fantasy fishing, when we're talking about that, is do you go with the chalk guys? Do you go with the underdog guys? We talked about the chalk guys yesterday. 4 of them were Florida guys, and then the 5th was Rick Clunn. A lot of those Florida guys did okay, but they're still middle of the pack. The Drew Cook, he had a 4-minute late penalty yesterday, only 11 pounds instead of 15. Benton, obviously having a great day today. Cox, a little bit lower than we expected. And Cliff Prince right in the top 10 as expected. Rick Clunn with a 0. Those were the chalk guys. Look at the percentages of Gary Klaus in bucket E, 1.5%. Derek Hudnall, bucket C, 0.9%. Carl Jacobson, bucket D, 6.9%. So relatively low percentage guys all taking home the top points possible and the bonus points aspect of Big Bag and Big Bass between those two. And that is our Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing Update. And one thing that's implications for today, maybe it's good mojo. Maybe Clint Davis decided to keep it simple and go out in his dinghy. But no, I'm just kidding. This was at the site at Palatka at the dock yesterday during the fog delay. He decided to jump in the dinghy and play around with some of the elite pros as they just bought some time. We had plenty of wait time yesterday, a 3-hour fog delay. So maybe he just was keeping it light and airy, and that is his success today. No pressure.
Hey, that's a comedy standby. Whenever things are getting sad, just jump into a little boat.
Go back and get the little boat.
Yes.
The little boat.
I think 2 6-pounders might sink that dinghy.
All right. Got some bonus coverage here. A&W Trailer Hitches. Jeff Gustafson, our first look at Jeff Gustafson, who's having a good day. And
Yes.
Jeff, it's I got to ask you what's changed from yesterday besides the fact that you have way more time to fish.
Well, yesterday, I'm up in Rodman. Yesterday was just all about,
wow.
Yesterday was all about getting a limit, just trying to survive. And I actually went back this morning, and I caught the fish yesterday on a jerk bait. Went back this morning, and it wasn't really happening that good. So changed it up. I was getting, better bites pitching and flipping around. And that's kind of what I'm doing here now. And yeah, I've just been slowly picking away, and I got one right around 2 pounds that I'd like to get rid of, and I'll have a pretty nice catch today.
Hey, Jeff, there was a lot of talk before this tournament began that guys were able to literally see some of those giant waves of huge St. John's River bass. Were you able to see that same thing in practice or no?
I have not seen a bass on a bed yet, but I don't know where they're at in Rodman. I know I talked to a few of the other guys that are fishing in here, and it doesn't sound like, there's that many. I've heard of, I saw 1 or 2, a couple of guys said, but I haven't seen it yet. But, like some of my roommates, they're they're on the bed hunt. You know, obviously Corey caught some bed fishing yesterday. So it's happening in some places, but I haven't seen it going on here. And I mean, the water's a little clear in here, and I'm just waiting to see one laying up there, but I haven't yet.
Are you moving slow? Are you being very deliberate in what you're doing out there today, or are you kind of covering a little ground?
Yeah, I'm moving. I'm fishing faster than I should probably, but I'm also just sort of like trying to just drop it on a hot one and keep it rolling, you know, and that way I can fish through all this stuff again tomorrow, and I haven't really been fishing that slow. Like, I'm for sure fishing past a few fish. I've missed a couple. You know, just the nature of fishing around these big pads, you're gonna stick a couple and lose them. But you know, yeah, this was one of those deals where I fished this stretch in practice, caught one decent one, shook a couple off, didn't really know what was here, and have been pleasantly surprised so far today.
How has this body of water changed since basically almost a week ago on Sunday? What are the changes that you've seen so far?
Well, we got here and it was 58, 59 degree water. I'm getting 67 right now, so that's getting around to be around the magic number, I think, for you know, for these fish to start sort of showing up all over up shallow. But like I said, I haven't seen them yet, but that's the biggest thing. Is just, it's been, you know, we've been pretty lucky, I think, that we've gotten pretty solid weather this week and no real major fronts. So, you know, I'm expecting the catch probably going to be a little better today.
Well, Jeff, good work today. Catch another 5.5 pounder, and you're really going to be looking good as we head into the weekend. Jeff Gustafson having a good day on St. John's. Back out to Derek Hudnall. That's the view from his boat. Nope.
So, Tommy, I wonder what Jeff Gustafson's strategy is to catch fish in negative 36 degrees Celsius temperatures, which featured back in his home yesterday. His wife said it was negative 36 degrees Celsius, which is negative 32 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't even want to be anywhere outside that temperature.
No, that's ice road trucker stuff. I don't really go.
Yeah, it's not fun.
No,
it's not fun.
So when's the spawn happening up there, Gussie? See you in 4 months.
That's where she is, right in there. Whoop. There he is. Oh my goodness.
Oh boy.
Yep, that's the one.
Wow.
That is the fish he missed earlier if you looked at the footage from before our midday break.
Don't go on it. She ain't even that big, is she? Still ain't seen her good. Nah, she ain't that big. They always feel bigger, but she'll help. I can get her in the boat. Not near as big as I thought she was. Thought she was gonna snap my old smoke pole.
Got a 2-pounder in the box. Might be able to gain a few ounces off of that one right there. I don't know, Z, if you were Derek Hudnall, would you leave that place? Okay, we'll wait. We'll get that answer later from Z. I'm thinking no. Derek Hudnall having a good, solid day, remaining in second place. That's as steady as it gets.
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Day 2 is moving on, getting closer and closer to 3 p.m. local time. That's Eastern time in Palatka, Florida. The weigh-in comes up then. We're held right now, at least unofficially. It's going to be Gary Klaus leading for a second day in a row, but a lot of guys have some more fishing time left. Gary, not so much. He's making about an hour and a half at least run each way, so he's going to be on his way pretty darn soon. Derek Hudnall. Buddy Gross, all the rest.
Oh. You are so right, Tommy Sanders. And you know, earlier today, Gary Klaus It was not as fast as it was on day number 1, but this fish is going to prove key to at least keeping him in the lead. Unofficially, as of right now, the weight's starting to compress. But Gary Klaus releasing his inner champion, the champion within himself, Tommy Sanders.
Yes.
Hey, Mr. Klaus, Mr. Phoenix Boats, you are, as of now at least, the power pole replay of the day. Yep. Releasing the inner champion.
I've never heard that put that way
It's
before.
new stuff, man. It's 2021. Trying to bring out some new, fresh pop.
Yeah, new fresh.
Gary Klaus said it was possibly the ugliest fish landing of his entire
Come on, Gary.
40-year tournament career.
His
As you say, Tommy
100th.
Sanders, Gary Klaus. Say it again.
His 100th Bassmaster event. No wins so far with Bassmaster, but what would it be to win
Talk
that
about
one?
a terrible job of landing the fish.
God.
Goodness gracious.
But the TH Marine Weather Watch looks pretty nice right now, if that's a shot from, yeah, and it is from right now. The high tomorrow, beautiful again, 75 degrees. Warm temperatures tonight, low of only 64 degrees. But thunderstorms, also somewhere in the mix, scattered thunderstorms, not a giant front moving through.
And Tommy, looking at that TH Marine weather report and looking forward, something that Keith Combs said was guys that are able to make adjustments with those fronts that are going to be coming in tomorrow into Championship Sunday. And I know it's early in the event. You have to give the nod to the guys that would understand what to do when severe weather comes in, severe fronts come in. The longer Cliff Prince hangs around in this one, where it doesn't seem like there are huge giants coming up like years past,
Big, y'all.
man, maybe this is the time where his knowledge of knowing what to do when those fronts pass through. It's just eerie when Combs was talking about that. All I kept thinking was the person that could adjust the best could be Cliff Prince this time around.
We've had chances. The fish have given me the opportunities today to have another 20-plus pound bag, but these fish are just, man, I've had a couple of big ones just simply just pull off. I mean, they're just grabbing the bait about the side and not getting it in their mouths. Made a few adjustments, went to a smaller hook and started catching them, started hooking up with them. I just think they're not wanting to eat. They're just simply protecting and moving it off their bed. I got one right here. Oh, just like that. Never even had the bait in his mouth.
How about this one, Tommy? Quentin Capo cooked up a 6-pounder.
Wow.
Caught 14 pounds on the day's jump from 51st to 27th. Making that cut.
Capo having a bust out day as well. Speaking of Cliff Prince, there he is right now, 51 years old. Palatka, Florida. He's been around this elite game for a good long while now. Currently in 4th place, finished in 4th place here last year.
Yeah, he said, well, I feel a lot of pressure every single time the Elite Series comes. It feels like there's more pressure each time around. And gosh, he's had so many near misses on this body of water. Really, the only time that he stubbed his toe was in 2014, but every other time that we've been here, very, very solid finishes.
He even fished here, and I believe the Harris chain as a co-angler back early in the Elite Series days when they had co-anglers, and won one of those, I think, on the St. John's as well.
Wow. That's not a given. That's not an easy thing to do necessarily, have a record like that on your home water. I mean, you to be a good fisherman there, but to be a great fisherman when all the best in the world come and fish with you, that's uncommon, I would have to say.
Cliff Prince is also basically a Motel 6 when the elites come to Palatka. How many anglers come and stay with him and park on his property and compound and stay the night there for the tournament week? He houses probably half a dozen, maybe 10 anglers.
I think maybe Davey
have a big time. Oh yeah, a big time.
Plenty of porta potties there.
You know, the one thing that Cliff Prince has over a lot of the guys, all of the anglers in this field. He has the knowledge of that main river and also the knowledge of where individual fish, like he's on right now, where individual fish spawn, where we see a lot of these guys, Corey Johnston, Drew Benton, where they're on top of each other, Derek Hudnall, Matt Herron fishing very close together. That's where Cliff Prince's his knowledge of this system is superior. He really, you know, that river's the unknown. So many guys go, whether it's, you know, connected to Lake George, a lot of the canals in the Rodman. Cliff Prince just has the areas that are not hit by the rest of the field.
So you're saying for him it's not an Easter egg hunt. He's going to specific spots.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Specific spots, individual fish. I don't know. I just got a weird vibe come Sunday with the weather coming. The more he stays in it, the more you give him the nod.
And last year, Paul Mueller mentioned it. The winner, the champion, mentioned it. Man, if we had like 4 more hours and a 4th day, I would have not won this event. Cliff Prince was chasing them down last year in a 3-day event and came up just short. And that's the thing, Z, when I covered him on the water in 2016, I think you guys had a Bassmaster Live camera with him, and I was taking photos in the water. He was hitting little bitty turns, not in the river, but also in the little chutes and whatnot. Little brush piles or little shell bars off the beaten path. And when we round a corner for a stop or two and Terry Scroggins is sitting on the other ones, you know you found a specific local hole when the 2 locals are there and everybody else is off doing something else in the spring.
And I'm telling you, when these guys are not able to see them, when they're not able to look at them, whether it hits tomorrow or Sunday, that's when what you're talking about, Ronnie, that's when he is going to shine in this tournament. It's almost every time we've been here.
That's a giant.
Ooh.
Oh, man. That's the big one.
Oh, boy.
That may have been that one we saw a while ago.
Yes.
Oh. I think that's the one we saw a while ago that, that's a big one. I really think that's the one that we saw swimming across there a while ago, because I kind of spooked it out and I just messed around here a while. Oh my God, look at that. Look at that. Oh. Figure out which one to call now.
Got 2 1.5 pounders.
I do. I really do. It's got to be that little white guy right there.
Look at that call.
Love seeing them side by side.
Yes. You think that's a cull?
Oh boy.
Oh my gosh. All right, that's got to be it right there. Whew.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh my gosh. Oh. 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 You know what might have made the difference there too? I picked up fluorocarbon instead of braid, because I had a couple bites right quick on fluorocarbon. I switched back up, switched over to fluoro. I don't know. It kind of scared me to catch him on fluoro, but oh, we'll never know what made the difference. But he bit it. He bit it. She bit it. Whoever it is, a she, I'm sure. Yeah, that was worth it there now. Whew. Yeah, at least a 5-pound upgrade. All right, Tim, back at work. Tim, you can get back to work now. I do want to say hi to all the folks back at the plant that's doing a good job to keep me out here doing this. It's unbelievable feeling to know that everything's going strong back there. And thank y'all.
Things going pretty strong on the wall.
Yeah, I'd say so.
For Gary Klaus, I tell you what, he's got a long ride back, but it's going to be a much more pleasant ride when you look at that picture right there. He is going to be feeling pretty good about the state of things after a couple of days of fishing in the special place that he's had all to himself.
Tommy, they say extra weight in the boat makes your boat go slower, but for him, that's a good thing because he's not pushing it to get back. He's got a good bag right now.
He'll be going above the water on the way home, floating on air. Gary Klaus.
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Gary Klaus is doing very well coming into today. Over 25 pounds on day number 1, and then with not too much time left to fish in his spot, he does this.
Gary Klaus made the comment to all the folks that work at Phoenix Boats. All right, guys, thanks for everything you do. Get back to work. Tommy, as you say it best, after Gary Klaus lands this one right here, it is TGIF at the Phoenix plant for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah.
It just started, trust me.
Oh my gosh, yeah, give yourselves a hand back there. Give yourself a hand. Gary Klaus.
Giant call there for Gary Klaus, and that is a load off his back. That's going to make the ride back to Palatka a lot easier, my friend.
Oh, dinner will taste better. Everything is good now in the world of Gary Klaus. He is set up in a perfect position as we head into the weekend. We're not to say that he's run away with this thing yet, but boy, I tell you what, if he can hold serve, he is looking good.
No, tomorrow's going to be very interesting with Gary Klaus really fishing alone. Right outside of DeLand, Florida, will it reload? 2 more days for Gary Klaus. If he can catch 10 more bass out of that lake, and we'll talk a lot more about that lake tomorrow, but I guarantee you Gary Klaus is just about done. See, look at his trolling motor right there, Tommy. Did you see when he was fighting that fish?
Oh.
He's in like 8 inches of water.
Yeah, oh
back
yeah.
Here, and I have like one good one and 3. Well, one good one and 3 that I really need to call, and one little one. Then I caught one that's like, I saw this fish right over here a while ago. We're coming down through there, and I kind of spooked it a little bit. It was easing away from me, a big one, looked like 6 or 7 pounds. So I just milled around here and kind of worked back and threw it at a little clump of reeds that the fish kind of headed towards. And I believe it's the same fish, I really do. I guess I have no way of proving that, but makes a pretty good story. So,
Tommy,
unbelievable.
His day 1 weight of 25.12.
That was probably a 5-pound coal. The little area I'm in here, I'm kind of wearing it out. It was way easier to catch him yesterday than it was today. I switched over to fluorocarbon when I caught that fish too instead of braid, which might have made the difference or not, who knows. But and actually, no, we never know for sure, but my goodness. If I could catch one more now, I'd really be in good shape. Not that I'm greedy or nothing, but
yeah, Tommy, it's 25.
yeah, we're going to have to get on the road pretty quick. We got to leave it.
Would have him in 18th place even if he
120.
had 0 today. Wow. That's the gap that he's
2 hours back. I don't think that was a fish.
He said a 5-pound upgrade, but they entered that as a 5.12 to give him 18.4 on the day, 44 total.
Yeah, I gave him about a 4
touch
1/4.
more.
Yeah, 4 1/4 cull instead of 5. So.
He had a 1.8 in there, and he still got one more. along with a 2-pounder, another 6.
Yeah, to
and a
catch that fish
3-0.
10 minutes before you have to go in, that's big. Thankful for that.
Well, when Gary finally breaks down why he made the decision to come here, will he tell us it was because he chose to study the history, his history here, or go with his instinct?
I tend to do better. It seems like the history would show I tend to do better in places where I just show up and figure them out when the time comes, as opposed to trying to fish a lake that I fished a lot and you go on to work that worked 5 years ago or last year or whenever. So I've always been one to just kind of rely on my instinct, so to speak. So I feel like that'll play into my favor.
Yep. Going with the instinct, that's seems to have paid off here in a big way. Gary Clouse has been an overachiever since pretty much the first hour of this tournament.
Exactly right. Fishing isolated little clumps of bull rushes, and that's going to be your marathon at peak performance. Look, Gary Clouse has won every element of the tournament so far.
Yeah.
Taking a look at Gary Clouse's marathon peak performance of the day, he has not got a ton of bites, but the bites he's got, look, he still has one in his live well that weighs 1.5 pounds. And like you said, Such, we have him a little bit probably closer to 20 pounds than we do 18.4. Not a ton of bites, but he has maximized the ones that have bitten. Gary Clouse, you are the marathon peak performance daily leader.
Unofficially,
I'm
Tommy.
getting the hang of it, Tommy.
Yeah, I think you are. I think you're onto the deal now. Absolutely.
A 6.5-pound lead unofficially over second, and 11.75-pound lead over third, just based off of Bass Track numbers. Obviously, Gary maybe a little closer to 20. He could have a 7-pound lead over second and an 11 to 12-pound lead over
Last
third.
clump, and I'm gonna have to leave. I'm gonna have to leave here pretty quick. Probably takes an hour, 45 or 50 to get. I'm gonna allow 2 hours. Come on.
Does this place have a name, this particular body of water?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was going to kind of maybe hold that back a little bit till tomorrow.
Okay,
so
I got you.
Yeah.
Well, we'll just go with your decision. It looks like one of those East St. Bernard Parish honey holes is what it looks like. Yeah.
For fear, I don't want Gary climbing through the cell phone at me this evening. That's why I'm not going to say a single word.
I should have thought better of that question.
Hey, it's one of those 3,456 lakes you said were connected to the St. John somehow.
So just go through that list, and it's a process of elimination. You'll find it sooner or later.
And to be honest, Gary might look like a normal angler there. In person, he's pretty dang tall. So any angler or fun fisherman that just shows up there, that's an intimidating person to just be standing on the front deck of the boat like, really? I haven't seen anyone within 36 miles of me.
Yeah, it's like Hank Cherry yesterday, where you see him holding up a fish and it looks big. It's a big fish.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, he has had a 1-2 punch, ultra vibe style worm and a bladed jig. Interesting to see when those fronts come in here, Tommy, if that bladed jig starts to play a little more.
All right, we will keep our eyes on that. Of course, take a look at our leaderboard right now. Derek Hudnall hanging in second place, but a lot bigger mountain to climb right now. Buddy Gross with a big catch, moving up there. And of course, 50 is the number that's most important today. You've got to be in the top 50 today. Tyler Carrier, one on the bubble right now with Frank Talley, a champion from last year right there. Justin Atkins, a decorated newcomer, in 48th place. Boy, it's going to be what we're watching all through the weigh-in. Just coming up at 3 Eastern. You don't want to miss that.
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Well, tomorrow morning, make sure and get with us, 8 a.m., Eastern Time. Live coverage begins on FS1. Fox Sports is FS1. Live programming both Saturday and Sunday for 3 hours there. Also on the Fox Sports app. It's going to be a great new media partner for us here. Brings a bigger audience in with us. And, man, I think everyone's going to enjoy that. Also, another attraction you definitely want to check out, Inside Bass Live. And that live coverage starts at the same time, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Bassmaster.com. This is a very enhanced version of what we've had before to look at sort of a differently put together version of what goes on. You know, we get down here, and of course, we've been here, as we say, 7 out of the last 10 years. One of the first people you expect to see is not here. It's Trip Weldon, one of only 3 tournament directors that BASS has ever had. So we are certainly missing Trip here, but he is enjoying a much-earned retirement right now. But we just wanted to take a minute to pay tribute to a guy who has led us in a great way through these years.
Trip Weldon. When you say that name, no matter where you're from in the country, if you bass fish, you know that name as well as you know KVD, G-Man, Drew Benton, Drew Cook. That name stands out.
That man is the most honest guy and the most unbiased man you will ever encounter.
I mean, he followed the rules to a T, and that's what you need in a tournament director, but he's cordial and he's good to be around, and so we're going to miss Trip a lot.
I mean, there's no gray area with Trip. It doesn't matter who you are, he's going to treat everybody the same, and it's black or white.
So this is one of the coolest facts about Trip Weldon. You know, everybody knows Trip as the tournament director for the Bassmaster Elite Series, but before that time, how I got to know Trip was we were competitors. I fished against him one year on a tournament trail. This was before he became the famous tournament director for Bass. He was working for Bass at the time, but Trip's a hell of a stick.
You know, Trip retiring this year is kind of, it's kind of sad, and it's kind of one of those happy moments too, you know, being with Trip my whole career. You know, he was basically watched both of my kids grow up. My kids are 8 and 12 now. So he's watched them grow up. You know, I could almost say he'd be like a grandpa to them.
He is truly part of the reason that Bass has been as successful as it has been. He is part of the reason that this sport is as successful as it has been.
Such a good person in that particular job. First and foremost, he was an angler. He understood what I go through. He understood every thought process of all of that.
You know, he's got some other health concerns and things going on that we're always keeping him in our thoughts and prayers. But, you know, Trip is somebody, I tell you what, a tournament director at this level, I admire those guys that can do that, because I don't want to have to deal with me, much less any other professional angler out there, because I know how much they complain. I know how much they ask for, and I know how often they do it. And, you know, for Trip to do that for, 30 plus years, man, that's amazing. That's an amazing feat, and my hat's off to him.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to Palatka, Florida, a place I love dearly, and we've had many great Bassmaster Elite events. I'll miss seeing all of my friends, Dana, Julie, all the city personnel, everybody that has made those events super successful. Hope the fishing's off the charts like it normally is. Bass staff, good luck to you. Anglers, good luck to you. Spectators, have a ball, and we'll see you guys on the water somewhere.
Yeah, man, what a guy. I mean, if you made a list of all the jobs, especially at the top of Bassmaster and the sport of bass fishing, the hardest job and possibly also the most important job is that job that Trip held down for the last how many years? Many years.
I think it was very interesting to hear the anglers talk about Trip. Number one, Craig Hackney nailed it. Trip was a hell of a fisherman. That's how I met Trip Weldon. The other side of that is Trip had 100% integrity in the product of Bassmaster tournaments. And when he had to make tough calls, he has disqualified some of the biggest names, some of the monsters that have ever played the game of professional bass fishing. And here's where I knew Tripp did it the right way. You could tell that hurt him when he had to disqualify any angler.
Yeah.
But when he had to disqualify anglers that he had dinner with the night before, it kept the bar of professional bass fishing at the top level. And you knew it hurt him when he had to do things and make calls like that. But here's what I will tell you. He has of all the anglers that you just heard in that video right there, and all the anglers that have fished the Bassmaster Elite Series, he has their respect because of that one word, and that is integrity.
Integrity, and of course that consistency. You don't have integrity without consistency, and he was always consistent, always principled. And I know Davey Heitz, more than any of us, of us three, has spent more time with Tripp, and I think you'll agree, the toughest job out there and the best man for the job, Davey.
Yeah, absolutely, Tommy. I heard a few people mentioning about Tripp was a good fisherman. I promise you, Tripp Weldon is still a good fisherman, and I hope him many years of success on the Coosa River. But, I just can't help but say again some things that I just heard some of those guys say it. Honesty and integrity. But the one thing that I've always known about Tripp, he had passion for this sport. And he had to make some tough calls. There's some people that I just heard compliment Tripp, and I'd say the same thing. Just a great person. Some of those people I know, they had some battles with Tripp Weldon. But in the end, you knew that he wanted the best for the sport, the future of the sport. Through all the years, it's kind of ironic. Tripp started with BASS as assistant tournament director about the time I started fishing. So we basically spent all of our years together there at Bass. And just Tripp's just a super person. And there are a lot of great people, but to have passion about your job, the company that you work for, is something very, very special. And I hope people don't forget that about Tripp. He had to make some tough calls, but you always knew at the end of the day, he would hear your side, the other side, think about things that were going on. You hear all kind of rumors about what happens on the water, and he would do it and make a call. And Tripp was a call that he felt like was fair to each.
All right, Davey, thank you very much. We're going to turn it over now to the man who has shared the stage with Tripp Weldon for the past, the man who has shared the stage with Tripp Weldon for the past, 12 years, and that is Dave Mercer. Oh, we just lost Dave Mercer, but we'll talk to him in just a little bit. But I think you have to say, one of my favorite sayings of all time is a guy who said, I don't know the secret to success, but the secret to failure is trying to please everybody. And Tripp did not try to please everybody. He knew it was impossible, so the best you can do is take the rules, apply them the same to each and every person in each and every case. And you can't ask for anything more than that from a tournament director, and he was the tournament director extraordinary for all these years.
Best ever. Best ever.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I know he would have disqualified you and I at times, Tommy.
Yes, and boy, deservedly so. That would have been a no-brainer.
I don't blame him.
Yeah.
The other side is you talk about he had rules infractions and stuff along those lines that he had to deal with. The other thing is just that Lisa Talmadge, Bassmaster Tournament Director now. Tripp always made the right call when it came to safety of the anglers, of marshals, and at times, boy, you become a target whenever you shorten a day, cancel a day. He did it for the right reasons, and it speaks a lot because the only time Tripp's talked about is when he had to make one of those brutally hard calls, but they were always for the right reason.
Well,
absolutely.
I remember several anglers leaving, being very upset, and the next day realizing, Tripp made the right call.
Right.
See if we can pick up with Dave Mercer. Yeah, there's Dave Mercer. Shared the stage with Tripp for 11 plus years. I guess we could say, Dave, it's got to feel a little strange up there. Lisa's great, of course. No one has any problem with Lisa, but Tripp's just a legend and just Such a tough job and such a perfect guy for that job.
Incredible, an icon of the sport, really. I mean, and you look at everybody who's held that position, you know, from Harold Sharp to Dewey Kendrick and Trip Weldon, all incredible icons and all, you know, have a lot of similarities. And one of the strong similarities between them all is always ruling on the side of bass fishing. I mean, it's not just the call that you're making it's the call for all the anglers. It's not for one angler, but it's also the call for the overall sport. Because let's remember, you know, tournament directors, especially Bassmaster tournament directors, when they first started doing this, I mean, this sport has just evolved, and that's one of the amazing things. You talk to Trip about every single rule and every single ruling. I mean, it has anglers and experiences connected to it, because let's remember, this isn't a 100-year-old sport. I mean, this sport has evolved, and we've watched it evolve year after year with different rules and things like that. But Trip was a term that people use. Working with Trip is Bass's rock. He really is, and I'll give you a prime example of it. The first morning of this tournament, I rode down the elevator with senior Bassmaster writer Craig Lamb. You guys all know him and love him. And we came down the elevator, and, you know, it's 5:45 or whatever. We're an hour and 15 minutes away from the scheduled takeoff time. The elevator doors open, and the entire, you know, breakfast bar area is empty. And Craig's like, that's weird. Last year, this was full. And he said, well, maybe that was the weather. And I said, no, that was one person. And he said, what? And I said, because when we all came down last year, we saw Trip sitting there. And every single department, whether you worked with Trip, whether you're an angler, whether you're media, whatever, you knew to yourself, well, if Trip's there, I'm okay to have myself a biscuit and sit down here for a little while. And there was no Trip in the breakfast bar this time. So everybody went quickly to work to make sure they were over there, because he's just that, you know, and I feel that way, you know. You always knew things were going to be okay, because there's people like me that rush to decisions and think one way and then realize they were wrong. Trip takes slow, calculated decisions, you know, removes the emotion from it. And he's an amazing man, an amazing angler, and I think that's what made him an amazing tournament director, because he understands the sport from all aspects. I mean, if he were just officiating it, he wouldn't understand what the anglers are going through, and that's also why I think they had so much respect for him, guys, just because when he delivered those tough calls, as Zona talked about, it hurt him. And for the record, some of those calls still hurt him to this day. You know, when I talked to him earlier this week, he talked about the Van Dam call, the Hackney call, you know, which all of those affected his Angler of the Year run. Both those anglers would have won Angler of the Year, and that actual call still affects him to this day. But that tells you a lot about the person he is and the amazing guy he was to work with. And I consider myself honored to have shared the stage with Trip Weldon.
Hey, Dave, since day number one all the way to now, you've grown very close with Trip. And there was times, not only anglers or safety, he had to, well, keep you in line every now and then, Dave, behind the stage. Has Lisa tuned you up at all, being...
I mean, it's going good. Let's just say. I mean, I've tried to stay in line, but it hasn't happened yet. But I mean, let's be honest. I'll get in trouble sooner or later. And Trip is still texting me quite a bit, so I think Elisa might be reporting to him. But I'll try to tighten it up here.
Good. Good to hear. Great tribute. Great tribute there from Dave Mercer. And one more thing I had, he also had a great wry sense of humor. And also, if you have a question about Bassmasters history, there is no more authoritative source that you could go to for that answer than Trip Weldon. He's got the mental Rolodex that is just above and beyond anyone else who inhabits the planet.
He has seen it all in this game, no doubt.
Bit. I don't think that's bigger than number 4.
Earl Jockerson. We're going to do a little culling decision-making right there. How about some Striker daily trivia? It's been a few hours since we've done that. Yeah, we're going to plunge right into it. Approximately how many pounds of bass has Trip Weldon weighed in as tournament director? 450,000? 750,000? Was it 600,000 pounds of bass or 1 million pounds of bass? Z, think about that for a second. Huh? 1 million? I think I'll go with 1 million as well.
2 million. 1 million?
1 million.
I'll go with
we'll have the answer in just a moment when we return.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, and by Skeeter Boats.
Back with less than an hour and a half to go until these anglers need to be reported in and ready to do the weigh-in. This AFTCO Bassmaster Elite. Hey, how about our Striker Daily Trivia question? Answer, you remember the question, approximately how many pounds of bass has Trip Weldon weighed in as tournament director? 450, 600,000, 750, or 1 million? You guessed 1 million, Mark Zona.
Well, you know, I mean, there were certain tournaments, whether it be Falcon or Amistad or Clear Lake, when Trip would get his swole on, I'm saying 1 million, if not.
He was pretty stout. You got to admit that. I'm going to say 750,000.
Yeah, that gap, that's 750 to 1 million, 250,000. That's hard. He could be anywhere in between there and still be C. Yeah. So I'll go with 1 million though.
Here's your answer. That's absolutely right.
I got with his son, Hank Weldon, to figure out that over 30 years, he was assistant tournament director, first 10 from 91 to 2002, that he averaged maybe 11 tournaments a year, and we looked at the weights and averaged about 3,000, so you're looking at 990,000 pounds roughly that so we rounded it up to 1 million.
Oh,
10,000 short, Ronnie. It's not that much.
How is that trivia?
That says approximately.
See that 250,000 gap.
Like the old punchline, and boy, are my arms tired. So that's, you know.
I did a note on him at Clear Lake. I think he lifted 5 tons of fish because he didn't just lift it once, but he had to lift it back up and give it back to the anglers to take back.
Hey, he did just drop me a text during that commercial break and said, FYI, I just texted Mercer and said, make sure you stay in line, Dave.
Corey Johnston fallen out of the top 20 for a while here. He's worked his way back up into the top 10 as it stands right now. Still got some little ones in the live well. He can upgrade, make a big difference. Cliff Prince, steady moving up that leaderboard today and hanging in there at 4th for the last hour and a half or
Tommy, got a little news. He just got knocked out of the top 10. Wes Logan, who has 20 pounds, 4 ounces after an 8-pounder. He just landed an 8-pounder, Wes Logan.
Fast and furious.
Wait, so he didn't get knocked out of the top 10. He knocked someone out of the top 10.
Wes Logan knocked
okay.
Corey Johnston out of the top 10.
Yes.
You know, it's just the beginning. And this some of the
Such, I like it. You're bringing it with aggression this year. I mean, bringing it with aggression when you call it.
You like that aggression, huh?
No, I don't. I love it. I love it.
Another 6-pounder.
So
Justin Atkins, new guy, 6-pounder.
He was going a little slow there for a while. That's going to be a help for him.
And you could see he was a little, you know, I got to watch the weigh-in yesterday with Dave Mercer, and hey, it was a big deal for Justin Atkins to qualify for the Elite Series. You know, he grinded away like Greg Hackney and Jason Christie, Scott Martin, and you could tell yesterday a little bit down on the weigh-in stage, but solidly in our top 40 now.
He missed the Opens, the Falcon Rods Opens Angler of the Year for the combined divisions. Overall Angler of the Year, missed it by 1 point. Brian New took that. So Atkins, I know, and no disrespect, this is just being completely blunt to the fans that are watching, but everyone touts the Martins, the Hackneys, the Christies, all those guys who were coming in with the reputations of being a pro for a long time, but those guys weren't even close in the Opens overall Angler of the Year. So that's why the guys like New and Atkins, that achievement is even higher up because they're not just, oh, they qualified amongst the rest of them. They were the ones leading the pack this past year, which included a stellar group of people.
Yeah,
even like
absolutely.
a Pat Schlapper qualified 2 different ways for the elites.
Funny you mentioned New. Ronnie just caught a 4.5 pounder a little while ago. He's up to 19-11 in 5th place. He was in our mix in the top 6 before, but he's strengthened his position.
So like I said, Z-Train, Brian New, Rookie of the Year, totally like,
Yes.
that's on my radar.
I'm going to call it. Tommy, Brian New's my guy.
Okay.
It's my guy already. I haven't even called one yet.
I
He's
know.
my guy.
That's kind of a big moment.
Cool story from last week. Brian New was getting his boat wrapped, and he posted a teaser of the wrap, which was just, it was simple. It had Brian New fishing on the side, short off season. Trying to find a title deal isn't the easiest thing in the world, so he just had his logo, his brand, and then accessory logos of sponsors that have been with him for a while. And he posted that wrap. Someone called him right afterwards and wanted to be his title sponsor, and so he had to go get it rewrapped. He had to go get that wrap taken
That is
off and
awesome.
changed.
That's results right there.
So his title was Pulse Fish Lures, where somebody right there in that Carolina region who wanted to step up and do it. So
Why,
that
sure,
was
I'll
cool.
rewrap it.
Yeah. So
that was
wasn't-
awesome, Ronnie. Good story. Well, a lot of guys were saying that there were some business dealings at the last second. They were waiting to get their jerseys, their boats wrapped. Heck, Seth Feider told me 3 or 4 weeks ago, I don't have a boat yet. And then he got it, and he showed up in Florida a week early to break it in and get everything working correctly.
That's a challenging year, to be sure, and into the next year.
To go off what we were talking about with Cliff Prince and his game plan, and it's generally this, Tommy, we got to talk in studio together years ago about this, but it's good to kind of refresh the way he looks at these tournaments that come to the St. John's. He said, what I try to do the first 2 days of these events on the St. John's is sustain the beating I'm going to take from the guys that are on spawners. Remember that years ago, Tommy? He said, over a 4-day span, I know I can out-average them as long as I don't spin out the first 2 days of the tournament. He goes, but I know I'm gonna take a couple mouth shots really the first 2 days. And it, again, he's lived by that game plan every single time we've come here, but not held the trophy. He's been consistent, but he's not held that trophy.
Yeah, and the point you made earlier about, he knows how to take a shot from nature on this place. When you get thrown something unusual, he's the guy who's been there and done it in every situation. So you have to look at advantage Cliff Prince there.
Absolutely, and if guys that are looking at him, Corey Johnston on the left side of your screen,
It's almost under that thing.
that weather that's coming, those are the guys this time around that are going to be affected.
We got several guys, David Mullins, Chris Zaldain, got decent 12-pound limits from the bottoms of the standings yesterday. Mullins had no points at all, so he's kind of...
That was brutal.
Zaldain had 1 fish.
Hey, and one more thing about Tripp. He has raised a family of fishermen as well. Ben and his son Hank both fished in college at University of Alabama. Hank worked here at JM and also now works with Bassmaster as the tournament director for the college and high school series. So he has raised a family of fishermen that have gone on and done things in the industry to help support bass fishing, like Mercer was saying that Tripp represents.
Great bunch of folks.
Gosh, it started out so fast for Carl this morning. I thought, man, here we go. And you really thought, fishing a lot of these canals, that through the day that bite would pick up.
I don't think he's
and
going to quite help. Maybe he will. He's a bit fatter. It might be a little upgrade.
really lacking any of those solid females.
Carl's going to see if that one makes the cut. Meanwhile, we got guys like Cliff Prince getting it done out there today. A man to look out for. Can't stress that enough.
Really, any one of these guys all sitting on, well, just call it solid limits from 10 all the way up to 17 pounds, but anything they can do while Gary Klaus is running, because right now Gary Klaus was the story of day one, and so far day two. Anything they can do to just strengthen that lead, Tommy Sanders, critical here on day number 2.
Yeah, they're not falling any deeper in the hole now that Gary's running. Now's the time to hit it hard. We're going to hit it hard when we come back after this.
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Effectively less than an hour's time to fish for most of these anglers here. Still got time to score big, that's for sure. Look at Matt Herron, currently in 11th place down there. Corey Johnson's fallen back out of the top 10, as Such wised us up to a little bit earlier. Carl Jockinson might have gotten an ounce or two out of that fish he just caught.
Right before we went to break, I was talking about how critical it would be for all of these guys that you're looking at here on camera to catch 1 or 2 big females. I think I used the word strengthen, Tommy.
Sure, what you want.
Carl Jockinson hooked up right here.
Not going to do it. Bugger, he's skinny too. Man. Damn. Man, I knew that fish was back there. It's probably a big one with it. "10 minutes, we gotta go."
Tommy, I throw it to you.
Yeah.
Are you surprised at the lack of bigger St. John's female bass that we've not seen today besides Gary Klaus?
Kind of am. You know, I mean,
I am too.
This is the conditions that you were kind of hoping for. We talked about the weather is the perfect recipe. The time of year, the angle of the sun is just
very
great.
Surprised.
And we got great anglers out there. I just don't think they're gonna. This is a bunch that's apt to miss things that are right in front of them.
And really, nothing from Rodman. I mean, there's a couple people that are near the lock. Like Wes Logan's the only one in the top 10 that looks like they went to Rodman.
Palaniuk had a 6 from around there, I believe.
Did he?
6-pounder, yeah.
But like going into the weekend, you totally expected probably
Right.
Z. I don't know the number maybe, but if you had to think Saturday, Sunday out of 10, that there would be 3, 4, 5 out of Rodman maybe, and there's only one that possibly right now unofficially.
Surprised.
Yeah.
And there will be, after today, there will be a lot less fishermen in there tomorrow.
Wow, Brian New with a 313. He's up to 20 pounds, 7 ounces, 3rd place. Still 11.5 behind Klaus, though.
Wow.
And Logan's over 20 in 6th place.
One thing I mentioned to Tommy during the break, Z, is that Gary Klaus yesterday had a 3:40 check-in time. We had a shortened day, but that was one of the later flights. There's only 4 flights, and he was 3:40. The only one later is 4 o'clock. Today, his flight is 3:20, and going forward tomorrow and Sunday, if he makes it that far, he will only have 3 o'clock check-in. So he's lost 20 minutes per day. So no delay for fog tomorrow and Sunday will be very important for him because He's already
Yes.
losing 20 minutes
Yeah,
just for flight time.
Yeah. Fog would not be his friend the next 2 days.
Or ours.
And agreed.
Corey Johnston hooked up.
Just coming back there again.
Uh-huh. Solid.
He's got 2 1-pounders, so.
Oh, yeah.
Clint Davis recently called to get over 20 pounds. There's 3 right now on Bass Track. Happy birthday to Kyle Welcher. Happy birthday limit for him today. 36th place.
Was he not Dave Mercer's pick yesterday for AOY?
Angler of the Year. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Bold.
Who are you going with, Tommy?
Gosh, I haven't figured that one out yet. How about you?
I'm going with an angler that has caught 0 today. He has no fish, evidently.
Has no
I'm
Marshall
not going to
either.
believe that. I'm not going to believe that.
Don't believe it, Z.
I'm not going to believe that. I'll go with the young Pistolaro from Louisiana.
Greg Hackney.
I just feel like the schedule highly caters itself to him this year.
You and Davey said he and the Clark Wendlandt, Scott Canterbury's Ronnie will be in the mix just from the schedule.
Yes, I think we have a very, very shallow water schedule. Talked about that a little bit yesterday morning. I think the guys that can get up and stay shallow, live shallow, and not get called to check them deep are going to do pretty well this season. You know, the only outlier in there probably is the St. Lawrence River, but everywhere else they can kind of fish the way they want to. And we're going to a lot of places where he has done very well in the past.
Dominated last time we were at the Sabine, for sure.
Yes. Yes.
Of course, we're going from here in a couple of weeks to another river system, Tennessee River, top of the river there, Fort Loudon and Tellico, Knoxville, where we, Carl?
He didn't have a bad start, 19 with about 12.5 pounds, but I think he's off Bass Track today. So.
It does not have a Marshall.
Yes. It does not have a Marshall.
There
That's
are
what Ron
roughly
said.
28 to 29 anglers that don't have a Marshall. We have 6 guys who don't have a Marshall, but they have cameramen, and then everybody else has a Marshall.
And I promise you, Greg ain't going to type anything in on his own. Trust me.
Ronnie just said that off air.
After Knoxville, we stay on the Tennessee River down at the other end, almost to the end anyway, Lake Pickwick. Looking forward to that.
Absolutely. I think that's going to be one of the. I think Fork's going to be a beatdown, obviously, but I think that Pickwick one is going to be a fun tournament to cover.
Yeah.
Davey told me he predicted 100 pounds there, just for the time of year.
And it'll be the first. If that happened, it is most likely going to be the first multi-species or mixed bag century mark ever. We've always had century marks of just largemouth. If we break it at the St. Lawrence, it'll be all smallmouth.
Mm-hmm.
And Pickwick could break the century with both.
Wow. I didn't think about that.
Davey did mention that. He thought it would be a very amazing feat to have that happen because he weighed in largemouth, smallmouth, and meanmouth when he
Yes,
won
he did.
back then.
That's right.
And I think in Bassmaster competition, Pickwick still holds the biggest 5-fish limit of smallmouth. And that was Chuck Economo at 29, and I don't think that he had a largemouth, and I think they were all smallmouth. That was back when Mark Menendez won, I think it was in 98, a top 150 at Pickwick.
I remember reading that too, Ronnie.
Really big smallmouth tournament on Kentucky Lake?
I think it was that one that was like in March, like it was really cold or something like that. They caught some big smallmouth.
Norio Tanabe.
Norio Tanabe,
Yes.
yeah, that
Yeah.
would have been in about 93 or 4 on Kentucky Lake, yeah.
I remember
Very
that one.
cold. Very cold and big
There's one
smallmouth.
in here in practice, but I can't see shit.
I think Clun was factored in that one. He was in the top 5 or something in that event.
Was it?
I remember there was one tournament, might be the one you're talking about, Ronnie, where they caught giants on big suspending jerkbaits. Might be the exact tournament you're talking about, but I mean, they were catching huge stringers of smallmouth, not big numbers.
John Cox, Blondie. Old Blondie had a disappointing day yesterday. He's up to about 15 pounds today. Going to make the cut more than likely. He's 32nd.
Day so far. We,
A fan,
He was down
fantasy
where
high
Corey was
pick.
not. He was down where Corey was.
Nothing big. These guys who get the 6-pounders plus and don't have any of the dinks in their bags are the ones who are really getting near the 20 and 18 plus.
we got about 20 minutes to fish, so see if we can't round up a 4-pounder somewhere around here.
Corey's in the second flight, has to be back at 3:20 Eastern time. So he's got an hour and 20 minutes. So it does take about an hour from the bottom of Lake George to make it back.
Yeah, that's the 20-minute comment there. Wants to get a 4-pounder in the boat. That would be a great deal for Corey. Absolutely. There's the leaderboard as it stands right now. Still a Gary Klaus blowout at this point in time. Eric Hudnall, man, done his best. He's hung in there in second place all day, but 50 is the number today. You got to be in the top 50. Paul Mueller, last year's champion. Ironically, the guy who is on the bubble right there. Shane LeHue, Clifford Perch, who's also done very, very well here. On the river, Frank Talley, Pat Schlapper, one of our notable newcomers here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Some more fishing on the way, absolutely. We'll have it for you after this.
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Back on the St. Johns River, Corey Johnston with probably about 10 minutes time before he has to start making his way back. The weigh-in at Palatka, which incidentally starts at 3 p.m. local time. That's Eastern time. Very important for all 99 anglers. You got to emerge from that weigh-in in the top 50, or else you are down the road in a puff of smoke.
Boy, surprisingly slow day for Corey Johnston. Of all the anglers that we have cameras on here, of our leaders coming into day 2, man, Corey Johnston yesterday was probably more confident than anybody we got to talk to. And it's just never really happened today. I mean, you could say, well, heck, maybe he lost 1 or 2. He's just never had an opportunity at a really big bite that he got to see so many times in practice, and said yesterday was relatively easy.
Gary Klaus has left plenty early, didn't want to leave anything to chance there with a big, big limit again today. And now he has made it in.
Well, today went decent for me, I feel like. I started off kind of slow. I caught a little one, and then actually had 3 little ones, I guess, and finally caught a good one. And I was stuck on 4 fish for the longest time, it seemed like. Finally caught the 5th one, and kind of relaxed a little bit. And then I caught a big one right at the end. Like, you know, I really felt like I had to leave at 2:20 to give me time enough to be back to check in at 3:20. And I probably caught the last big one that I probably had 10 minutes. I probably caught it at 1:10, I think, if I remember right, something like that. And so we are idling again. We're idling in through Astor area here, and we go through the little no wake zones and get back across Lake George and get back to hopefully get back to Palatka on time and see what happens. I don't know. I feel like the guys probably caught them better today than yesterday. I mean, they had to. You know, most everybody had a lot longer to fish today than yesterday. We all did. But we'll see what happens. I'm not sure where I stand right now. I feel like I slipped a little bit today, and I feel like I beat my fish up really bad. And I don't know what I've got left for tomorrow, really. I wasn't sure what I had left for today, and I've got a decent bag. You know, I feel like it's probably 16, 17 pound. My cameraman says 18, so we'll see who's right. But,
what was yesterday like, Gary?
well, yesterday was crazy. You know, we sat around waiting for the fog to lift until finally it lifted at 10 o'clock. And I put my boat on plane at 10:25, and I put my trolling motor down at 12:40 and fished for 1 hour. Picked my trolling motor up at 1:40 and went in. I had 1 hour exactly to fish, and I caught 7 fish, I think, and 5 of them was 5-pounders. So it was like a unbelievable day. I couldn't really do anything wrong yesterday. All my cast worked right. Everything just flowed perfect. Everything. Today, I would not quite so much. I screwed up a lot of casts. I don't feel like I fished nearly as well today as I did yesterday, even though I had a lot longer to fish. So,
So if there's anything you do different tomorrow, if you go back to the same area, what are you going to do?
Well, I'm going to be a little bit more deliberate. I felt like today I probably I moved the boat around too fast. The area I'm fishing, the fish are really spooky. There's a lot of other fish in there running, and I feel like the other fish running around are probably scaring the bass. And probably it's my fault. I'm probably being a little bit impatient. So I feel like if I'm a little bit more patient tomorrow, you know, of course, you know, if I've just leaned on them too hard and caught all that's in there, it don't matter how patient I am. But I got to go try though. You know, I've caught that many fish out of there in 2 days. I can't not go back. So.
Well, I misintroduced that bit right there. Gary's not in all the way. He's just passing through the Astor area. Got to go a little slow there, and he's still got Lake George to negotiate, but he's made good headway on his trip in, and no big hurry, and is not taking no chances. So probably a good plan as well.
No, and that you could tell that area that he's fishing, that's what he has. I mean, that's his that's his ace in the hole, and he's gonna, you know, you obviously have to go back to that and lean on them as hard as you can tomorrow. But you know, it was really interesting to see his demeanor now from this morning when he was tweaked out of his gourd first couple hours of fishing today.
Yeah, there was uncertainty.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I mean, he even said it. He said his casts were out of whack today compared to yesterday. I think you'll see him a lot slower tomorrow. You know, when you go in there and you throttle 25 pounds in 45 minutes. And the other side is Gary Klaus made the comment in the very, very, very short amount of time we got to talk yesterday that he's, man, I don't know. I think I'm on a winning gig. And so far he's pretty spot on those words.
Seems to be.
Z, it seems like sometimes when you have an angler that jumps out to a big lead on day one, the question is everyone going to reel them in? But the adjustment period, Gary's got to make an adjustment. So do you think if he feels his fish are running out, a stop in Dexter or a stop in Woodruff, places he's got to travel through, there are notoriously good spots in those areas. Will we see an adjustment from him and fish some of those areas on his way out if he realizes his area peters?
I think he'll give it, he's going to give it a timeline tomorrow, no doubt, Ron. If he's burning in there at 11:30 or noon and is not even sitting close to a limit, yeah, I think you'll see him pull the plug. But if he's, I think one of the very important things for Gary, he's had a rough couple years. Let's call it like it is. He's had a rough couple years on the Elite Series. I think a big one in the morning is so critical for him tomorrow.
I agree.
Well, Gary Klaus on his way in. You can see before him the vastness of Lake George. He's still got to get across that right there, but should be there in plenty of time. For his 3:20 check-in time. We're going to check back in on all the rest of our anglers when we return after this.
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Hard to believe it, we're almost halfway through the fishing. There's 4 days of fishing that comprise the first stop for the Bassmaster Elite Series 2021. AFTCO Bassmaster Elite here on the St. John's River. What an incredible place from any angle. Right now we're going to see some of our fish catches from today from some really cool angles that give you a whole different perspective on where the fishermen are set up, how far they're casting and so forth like that. It's like looking at it in 3D almost. Derek Hudnall.
Really what that drone's done, it really just gives you an aspect of what these guys are fishing, whether it's natural canals right here, taking a look at Corey Johnson. Not only that, it kind of gives you a true radius of how close some of these guys are fishing together. Getting a look at Steve Kennedy right there, and you get a look at the different environments. We got to see Carl Jacobson in a man-made canal, and then you see guys like Steve Kennedy, Corey Johnston fishing in natural canals, and really it also shows how close these guys are to some of the lakes, whether they're in Dexter or really a lot of the visuals that we've seen is how close these guys are to Lake George itself. And Davey gave us a great breakdown of how close a lot of them are to really deep water that funnels a lot of these waves in.
Take a look at some of our catches from earlier today. Chris Johnston. Slow start for him after a very good day number one and a real hopeful day for him, but it was a lot slower than he expected.
Exactly right. One of the anglers that did catch him in that area being Drew Benton. You have to wonder, has pressure really got to this area that Corey Johnston was counting on?
This one, he was self-described as one of the worst fish landings ever, but it was a successful one, so that makes it a good fish landing.
And Corey Johnston made the comment that he got to catch him early and often. Well, not early yesterday, but he got to catch him right off the bat on day number one, full of confidence, but lacking one of those bigger bites. And I think the one thing, we've talked about it a lot today, going into the weekend, Cliff Prince is going to be the guy to watch in this event.
I don't even think he'll make 12.
Making the comment, if he can sustain the blows of the sight fishermen, or here's the only scary thing, Gary Klaus is not sight fishing. I mean, I think he's fishing a lot of spawning fish. He's going to have to really hope for a slip by Gary Klaus throughout the weekend.
Cliff Prince currently in third place, slow, steady climb up that leaderboard today.
Experimenting a little bit more in the canals and into those back-end cutoffs compared to yesterday. But Z, it seems like the region of him being in that Welaka up to Palatka region of the lake, of the system, he's fishing all of those offshore places for pre-spawn fish. Does that, I mean, that makes sense why we're not seeing those canals and those creeks factor like they were last year.
I said, you see that
Respond.
You know, I really think Cliff Prince was probably counting on one or two really good bed fishing bites when that tide got low, and he caught some fish off the beds, but they were not those giants. From there, we're going to head back down to the bottom end of Lake George, just around the corner from Derek Hudnall. And watching Matt Herron fish today, he got as many bites as anybody. Him and Hudnall really outfished as far as numbers go, but so many males. And I made that comment early today, Tommy Sanders. If you catch that many males in the state of Florida, it is a matter of time until you connect with a giant. We never got to see that with Matt Herron.
I think a lot of people would be surprised at what both you and Davey have professed today is how short a period of time the big females spend in that zone where they're catchable there. They don't expose themselves a lot.
They don't, but these guys are also fishing in areas. Looking at Carl Jacobson right here, look, there's resident giants that live in these canals. There's resident giants that live where Matt Herron and Corey Johnston are. But there's also days, there's just days on these systems where those true giants, look, we've seen days where those true giants feed all day long for almost everybody we have a camera on, but it just seems like today was not one of those days, Tommy.
It's the same size, 2.5.
Carl Jacobson hanging in there in 8th place. Started the day in the top 10. He's fallen a couple of spots, but doing what he needs to do.
Carl Jacobson living in the Astor area. We were in there yesterday with John Cruz, who did catch one of those giant St. John's females. From there, we're going to get over to Derek Hudnall with just a solid morning fishing a Missile Baits 48 wacky worm. No weight, getting as many bites as anybody. I would say his average is quite a bit better than Matt Herron, who was fishing right around the corner from him this morning. But Combs is the one, the guy that, we did a B&W trailer hitches on the line with Keith Combs. He said the angler that makes the adjustment with the fronts that are coming this weekend is the angler that he thought would win this tournament. And it looks like it. If you look at the 24-hour forecast going into Championship Sunday, we have some fronts that are coming.
Yeah, there's some disruption on the way. How it's going to affect the most and who it's going to affect the most remains to be seen.
Derek Hudnall's had a solid day. Missed a couple of fish early, a couple of those fish that we think he ended up capitalizing on that he missed early. We think, actually, this one right here was one that he missed at about 9:30 or 10 o'clock, but a very solid average. The only thing he's missing was a 9-pounder that he weighed in on day number 1.
But deer's bigger than I thought she was.
And now the man who caught 25 pounds, 12 ounces on day number 1 to stake out a big lead to start the day with. Didn't start really fast for him. He got a little bit concerned about that. You could see a little bit of anxiety there, but it wasn't too long before he kind of got things turned right, put in the groove, we'll say that.
When Rick Clunn won here 2 years ago on the St. John's, before the tournament started, I said, you will win this tournament if, and he answered the rest of it. He said, if I am left alone. Well, Gary Klaus has definitely found an area like that. He's completely left alone. The only the only boat that we've seen around Gary Klaus has been a camera boat. And here's the one thing that he has is that right there, those better than average size females. And I really think what he said is spot on. I've got to slow down tomorrow.
Well, Paul Mueller won it last year, being pretty much left alone. I was going to ask you a question about Derek Hudnall. If you were him, would you stay in that place? You've had a chance to scope it out and get a feel for the size of it. Would you just plan on being there for the rest of this tournament?
I think you have to, or at least you have to keep them honest in the morning to where, look, when you get off the water today and you weigh in with Dave Mercer, Gary Klaus, Corey Johnston, guys like Matt Herron and Derek Hudnall, you're hoping in your brain man, I hope a few more move in today, this afternoon, this evening, to where I can pull in there and hopefully knock their lights out. But again, I think it's critical for guys like Hudnall, guys like Klaus, that they get off to a fast start tomorrow morning, just to calm your nerves to where you can bunker in. I think if one of those two anglers gets to their areas and they go 2.5 hours and maybe catch a 12 to 13 incher, I think that's when things could get a little bit itchy, scratchy tomorrow morning.
All right. Well, Ronnie Moore is standing by here. You know, it's kind of late in the day. He's at the screen of knowledge, but knowledge never clocks out. Knowledge keeps going. Well, our need for it keeps going.
Yes, and we've got a lot more numbers at our disposal this year, Tommy, with the updated Bass Track. More information for the fans to be able to understand the trends of the day, to see how one day at the St. John's is different than the next day, or how a system ignites at the right time. And when we're looking at Bass Track, we already went through a couple of the other different features. You can click on Gary Klaus at the top of your Bass Track leaderboard, 44 pounds roughly for 2 days of fishing. You can see his weigh-in yesterday from the stage with Dave Mercer. You can also see his big catch that we got to, you know, that big 6-pounder that really helped him out there in the video section there. And you click it, it doesn't close your Bass Track. You can watch that as you look at Bass Track. One cool thing to note is you can see right here, 6th place West Logan. It's labeled Phoenix Boats Big Bass Leader for the day. And there's a tab at the top as well that mentions the same thing. One cool thing about this, you can click on the Phoenix Big Bass of the day, and it has them listed out by the highest number, not just if they've been caught, whatnot. That is the catch times. That's every fish in order by time. This one is in order by weight. And you can see of these 11 fish, the top 11 fish of the day, 7 of them caught after the noontime period. So that's really kind of crucial for us, is seeing how those maybe cooler nights or the cloud cover, that sun breaks through that midday portion. Those anglers are trying to get that kicker bite before they leave, make that hour and a half run back for some of these guys. And 7 of the 11 have came since noon Eastern time. So the big fish are biting, but when they bite each day is going to be important, because the guys who fish tomorrow, the top leaders, will check in at 3 o'clock, probably earlier than they have any other day this week. Same at Sunday, they all check in at 3. That's kind of the crucial time. 3 to 4 o'clock, if you've been making hay, you won't have that tomorrow, you won't have that Sunday. So when you're checking out Bass Track this week and this year, click on the videos, click on the photos, and learn more about our pros. Some of them have Tackle Tip Tuesdays they've already done this year for us underneath their profiles, and then you can also check out the big bass and those catch times. Those are really the intriguing things that really show you when those big ones show up for these anglers, especially for the sight fishermen.
All right, some great stuff on the new and improved and really impressive version of Bass Track for 2021. Talk about impressive. Look at that cull for Gary Klaus. That was the last nice thing he got to do before he started to make his way home, and he's probably right now just about around or across Lake George. So he is on his way back for his 3:20 check-in time. 3 o'clock is when the weigh-in officially begins. Palatka, Florida. Start this day, and the cut line is what's all important about that weigh-in. Tyler Carrier, again, the guy on the cut line. Shane Lineberger right below that, last year's champion. Paul Mueller, is he going to be able to add a few pounds, a few ounces to get into it for tomorrow? We'll find out later today.
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Well, there's been a definite feel to the first couple of days fishing here. Day one was all about hurry up, get going, get something done before you have to be back for the weigh-in. Fog delay, 3 hours, sort of ruled that. Let's take a look at our fish catches where they have occurred here on the St. John's River, surrounding connecting waters.
Exactly, taking a look at the south end of Lake George. We definitely saw quite a few fish catches today up in Rodman. I think you're looking at the bottom of your screen. Pretty much all the damage at the bottom is from Gary Klaus. Talk about that area a lot more tomorrow, but from really around that Astor area, Juniper Springs, a lot of the man-made canals, the natural canals, that is where a lot of the leaders right there, that region of the system, the south end of Lake George, that's where the damage was done. And Tommy, I really believe, we're taking a look at Cliff Prince right here, I believe. I really think the off day. I think the guys practice Saturday. I'm sorry, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and their off day was on Wednesday. Not, we talked about the curveball that fog delay threw at our field yesterday. I think that off day really threw a big curveball. To where there were so many anglers that got to visibly look at giants on Tuesday afternoon, and then they got to their areas yesterday and they were gone. They were just gone, and I really think that off day threw a big wrench into this tournament where they weren't as current with those spawners and those waves of spawners that were coming shallow.
They did not think they would have to shift gears or pivot or do anything like that, right? Yeah.
I think with the weather that was coming in, they and us in production, we thought it would get better too, and it didn't. It on a lot of the favorites, guys like John Cox and Clark Wendlandt, they were looking at really, really big ones on Tuesday. Corey Johnston, Drew Benton, they were talking 25 pounds was going to be a failure. And that was not the case. That deal definitely left on Tuesday.
Well, it's great to be coming to you from the Bassmaster Studios here, sponsored by Marathon, as we get closer and closer to weigh-in time right here. And, of course, all these changes year to year, the St. John's, that's part of the mystique of the place. That offers us the challenge. We wouldn't want to we'd probably grow tired of everybody catching the same amount of fish every time around. So the challenges are good. It's kind of set up by a couple of hurricanes in 17 and 18. This place was a haven of luxurious eelgrass, which is protects the nursery at the start. It filters the water. It's a great place for them to catch the spawning fish and everything like that. And Z, it's just it's a different place, and the way these guys adapt is a big part of the story.
I think going into Saturday, and for everybody at home on Bassmaster Live right now, a lot of our guys are running. They're running to get to weigh in. Really, the storyline I think going into tomorrow is, number one, we have a big morning on Fox, and the guys that are leading this tournament I think they're going to feel that pressure. Okay, you look at Gary Klaus; he's not been in this position ever in his Bassmaster Elite Series career. Derek Hudnall, he has been in this position, but really not to the scope that I think the pressure that he's going to feel tomorrow. Then you have a rookie thrown in the mix. You got guys like Brian New. Brian New's he's not been in this in his life. Who can stand up to a lot of that? I think it will be a very, very entertaining morning on Bassmaster Live.
Absolutely, and so volatile. I mean, two fish can just turn this thing around. Two giant fish on the part of any single angler can turn it around. But what's going to be the result after today? Who's going to be left to fish on the final 2 days, or at least Saturday at any rate? The weigh-in starts at 3 p.m. Eastern Time right here on Bassmaster.com. Get to if you weren't able to watch it yesterday and sort of familiarize yourself with some of our new members out here, be a fun thing to do.
And I'm wanting to see, I really am. I am wanting to see Gary Klaus hook in to a 7, 8, 9 pounder in the morning, because he will come unhinged on the live tomorrow.
That's right. I tell you what, you never know if you're prepared for something, but something wonderful like that, very few people are prepared for. There's that giant, that 9.5 pounder yesterday, Derek Hudnall, and that's what Gary Klaus brought in. Yes, a couple of them up around the 6 pound, 7 pound range. That's what gave him that fantastic start. There's you can't say enough about a fast start in one of these 4-day tournaments. We'll be right back.
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Down to the last quarter hour of our 8-hour fishing day here at this AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at the St. John's River. Day number 2, moving day. You got to move up into that top 50. Gary Klaus, it's been all about him. Leading this one by far. That's unofficial, but I would have to say he's halfway to a wire-to-wire victory here. So if he wants to go wire to wire, he's put in the work so far. to get that done. Derek Hudnall, there's about 15 pounds separating the top 10, but 6 pounds of that is the difference between number 1 and number 2. You'd have a lot closer when they're, oh, the music, I should take note.
Yeah. And Tommy, that is sweet music to my ears. Today, Gary Klaus, well, here's what he did. He released the champion within, my friend, the champion within himself, being very redundant from the last Power Pole replay of the day. And here's the thing. Gary Klaus got to talking to a lot of the employees, a lot of the people that hold Phoenix boats up when he's out on the road fishing bass tournaments. And I said it once and I will say it again, TGIF Phoenix Boats. Gary Klaus, you have done it. One of the biggest culls in the history of culling. Gary Klaus, you are the Power Pole ROTD Power Pole replay of the day. And you know what? The folks at Phoenix, they should celebrate. He put on a show early and often. You are the Power Pole replay of the day, Gary.
Well done and well deserved.
As he released the inner champion.
Released the inner champion. What was the other phrase you just coined there? I mean,
I don't know.
It's good. It's all good.
Look, we're trying. We're trying. That's it.
Got some bonus coverage for you here. B&W Trailer Hitches with Drew Cook. Drew, let's if you've got just a second here before you have to head on in, kind of run us down your day for us here.
Well, you know, I started out pretty good this morning and had, you know, 11, 12, 13 pounds in the first hour, and spent, you know, the rest of my day just looking for females, and it really didn't work out that great. I went a long time without you know, really upgrading, and then I caught me 2 smaller females, and finally found one that wanted to cooperate. That was a pretty good one, about a 5.5, 6 pounder. So we're looking for one more to maybe get up there in that 20-something, have a shot at it.
Hey, Drew, did you see a lot of big ones Monday and Tuesday during practice?
Absolutely. I thought we were really and truly going to throttle them. And I thought that they were going to keep coming. Because, I mean, with the new moon being yesterday, early in the year, you know, and it's been fairly cold, you know, all year, or, you know, colder winter. I thought that they were just going to flood the bank. And, you know, normally this time of year, these fish, these females, they'll stay on bed for, you know, close to 4 days. Whereas in March, you know, you got a day and a half, 2 days maybe. And that was not the case. A lot of them got up there, got it done, and got out of there.
And Drew, were those fish, and we heard that there was giants up, were those fish highly catchable that you were seeing in practice?
Absolutely. I think the final day of practice, you probably could have caught over 40 pounds.
Oh, my gosh.
Drew, you said yesterday on stage that you caught your biggest day one bag you've ever caught at the St. John's in an elite event because day one's been your nemesis. But what was the deal with your missed timing and coming in 4 minutes late? That's very surprising. What was the deal there?
You know, Ronnie, I just didn't dig myself a big enough hole, and I just wanted to take care of it and go ahead and dig.
Drew, is there potential? Is there a potential that we could see one of those giant stringers? I mean, do you think there will be another wave by the end of the weekend, or no?
We're not going to see what we saw earlier this week. It's just not going to happen. But I do think that there is going to be another wave, or, you know, more fish pushing up. All the fish that I caught today were new fish, and I think they're going to be easier to catch tomorrow with the conditions, and it's also going to be harder for a lot of guys to see them, which is going to work out, you know, good for me. But it's going to be tough. I think it's supposed to rain maybe all day tomorrow, so it's going to be hard to see them. But if you can just get a glimpse of them and know where they are and get back off of them and throw to them, I think you'll be able to catch them pretty easy.
Explain what you mean. Well, that's good for you when that visibility gets tough.
You'd be surprised of what a lot of people miss fish-wise. We've been fishing behind people all, past 2 days, and then, you go in right behind somebody and they leave, a 4-pounder just sitting as pretty as can be. So, this is what we do in Florida. We get the spawn in Florida is, months long, and I only get 1 or 2 shots for tournaments each year, and didn't get any last year, so I got to make hay while the sun's shining.
Absolutely. We wish you luck in that, Drew. A good job so far, and thanks for spending a couple of minutes with us there. That's Drew Cook, Florida native. Drew Cook, former Rookie of the Year.
Oh, yeah.
Just had a couple big fish catches we can talk about when we get back.
I just had to rib him about being late. That's just so, just uncharacteristic.
And it seemed like he popped.
He had a good
back
answer for you.
Ron.
I kind of like that answer. We're going to provide the final answers when we get back after this break.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Berkley.
Day number 2 on the St. John's River here. First event of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series is getting closer and closer to being in the books. The weigh-in, officially the festivities start about 3 p.m. Let's take a look at our leaderboard, a deep look into our leaderboard. And boy, it's been about Gary Klaus. Look at that masterful lead he has over Derek Hudnall. Cliff Prince has been moving steady up the leaderboard. And Z, you point out Cliff Prince as one to watch for the rest of this tournament.
Exactly right, Tommy Sanders. And I think Saturday is going to be a fantastic day to watch this, because one of these guys in our top 10, one of them is they're going to reload tonight, and they're going to land on a pile tomorrow morning. I'm very curious to see what Brian New is doing.
Clint Davis, you see there in 19th. What a bust-out day for him from down in the 60s or 70s maybe. Such all the way up into the top 20.
Bernie Schultz right there.
Bernie Schultz as well.
He just landed a 6-pounder on his way in to jump up there. He started the day 70th. We got a tie for the big fish of the day right there. Kenta Kimura, an 8-pounder. He's got a 6 to go along with it. A couple 1-pounders. He could be, if he had a couple decent other fish, he could be really up there today.
Really looking at that top 50 cut line, Tommy Sanders, that has been hostile the last 30 minutes.
Oh, man. It has ensnared a lot of people that maybe you didn't expect to see hovering around that 50 cut line right there. And Tyler Rivette now the man on the bubble. But I tell you what, you look below there and you see the Jason Christies and Paul Mueller, last year's champion, Frank Talia, champion from last year.
Boy, somebody who was 90th, Yuski caught a 6.5-pounder recently. He's up into the 60s. He may not make the cut, but helped himself a lot of points.
More anglers on the way in. Some of them have a later check-in time. As we go deeper down that leaderboard, Pat Schlapper, one of our newcomers from up in Wisconsin. Mike Huff, we had a chance to visit with him. And now we know that Cliff Prince, our guy to watch, is on his way in as we speak.
I'd like to have 25, but probably should have went down there to those springs and got elbow to elbow with the rest of them guys, I reckon, but I don't know. I'm glad with what I did, and no regrets so far.
What's your plans for tomorrow?
Man, I don't know. I'm depending on the weather. I'm going to look at the weather and make a game plan from there. I really don't have one. I'm just going fishing, I reckon, see what the weather does and what it lets me do. And
you think living here and having history here, do you think it helps you?
To some extent, maybe I run a little bit too much history, but I don't know. I'm sure it did pay off to some extent the last couple of days. Just knowing where I can go catch one, at least one at, But I just need one about that long.
Cliff Prince using a little bit of history, folding that into the mix on his game plan there. And of course, we heard from Gary Klaus earlier, more relying on instinct, intuition to get the job. A lot of ways to get to the end of this thing.
I got a feeling Cliff Prince is going to put on a show before this is all said and done. With what we have coming, I'm telling you, my eyes on him.
Cliff Prince, the Palatka native, has spent many an hour here, more than anyone else in this field. There's no doubt about that. It's a unique place, not like any other fishery in America, not like any other fishery in Florida, really. The St. Johns River. And he gives us a different kind of show each and every year. We will see you tomorrow.